Good morning. Everybody can have a seat. Okay, I think we have got the jury all ready. So is there anything we need to take up before we get the next? Well, I guess we'll wait for Mr. Matthews before we. He went to the restroom. I know, but it's 9 o'clock. He should have gone to the restroom before now. All right, now that we have Mr. Matthews, is there anything that needs to be put on the record before we get the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. And I don't think the state was planning on doing anything with this right now, but there is an issue. So last night at maybe like, I don't know, 9:10, I was texted a letter supposedly written by my client regarding, so let me back up. My client was in a car with Tiara Jones when she was killed by, I think the state believes, members of the other side. And they believe that my client was the intended target.
Okay.
At some point, my client, according to the state's telling me this, wrote a letter about the incident, kind of an apology letter to Tiara Jones's family, as my understanding. I will say, as an officer of court, I don't remember seeing that letter in discovery. I don't believe I've ever read that letter, but I'm not going to swear to it. But then apparently there was another letter where my client, that was sent to me last night at about 9:30 or 10, which I never had seen before, to my recollection, where my client basically recanted, I guess, what he said. I'm saying I guess what he said in the original letter because I haven't seen the original letter, so I don't know what he actually said. And my belief is that the state, and they've communicated with me about this, but they're seeking to admit these letters through Investigator Griffin. And who was the homicide investigator on that case. I'm just in the blind right now about these letters. One I've never seen, and it may or may not exist. The other one I've seen, I have no reason to believe that I don't know where it came from.
Who sent it to you?
Miss Hilton.
Okay.
And it's a letter, and it's signed. The name signed is Shannon Jackson. I don't know that my client wrote that letter. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it. And quite frankly, I just don't want, I need to know more about my client's statements.
Is this anything that's going to be dealt with this morning, or that the state intends this morning? No, Your Honor. Okay, can we take it up at lunchtime?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention.
Okay. All right, well, obviously we'll need to drill down on that some more, but right now let's get the next witness.
And Your Honor.
Yes.
Case alert, and good morning to everyone. Case alert, this honorable court. I have not, I'm sure it's an oversight, but Ms. Hilton, I don't believe, sent me that letter, and I don't have any reason to believe, from what the Honorable Mr. Sharp just said, that those letters or series of letters have anything to do to further a conspiracy under 24-8-801 D2E. So I'll also be voicing an objection. I still, later when you're doing it at lunch, I want you to budget for that too.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll sort it all out during the lunch break. Who's your first witness for this morning going to be?
Your Honor, returning contact with the first witness.
Well, maybe we'll be sorting it out now after all. Do you have a second witness that you could put on instead of the first witness?
Yes, we do. Yes, Your Honor. We do have some other witnesses in the hallway, so we're just confirming who's, not confirmed, but just gathering who's all in the hallway to make sure, to figure out who we're going to call first since the first witness isn't here.
Okay, and you'll know that within a matter of a minute or two?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, in the meantime, so what's the situation with this letter?
Yes, Your Honor. So one, we're confirming that this was served in discovery, Your Honor. So Ms. Love is going to work on that while we're taking these next couple of witnesses. Mr. Stillwell was a victim in an incident in September of 2015. He did an interview at police headquarters in November of 2015. Right. In that interview, he asked to write a letter to the family of Tierra Jones. That is the letter, that's the first letter that Mr. Shar is referencing. That is the letter he does not have yet. After he wrote this, did the interview with the investigator, he actually was able to provide some information for the investigation. Subsequently, the information that he provided was put on social media. And after that information was put on social media, we have a letter purported to be from Mr. Stillwell in which he recants what he told the police officers. So that is the letter that was provided to Mr. Shard last night, Your Honor. I did not send it directly to Mr. Shard since it involved his client. I will send it to all the other defense counsel, but I specifically sent it to Mr. Shard because it involved his client, specifically, and him and I had talked about it in court yesterday. And I told him I would provide him everything that we intended to potentially seek admission so that he could have it. But again, we will confirm that it was served in discovery. If it was not served, we will not use it, but we will, that's what we are confirming, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're saying that the original November letter was never served?
That's what we're confirming.
So you need to check about both letters?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just if this, I did not know about this. So there's further complications, such as my understanding the interview that prompted the first letter. My client was in the hospital. I don't know if he had already been served an arrest warrant for the Donovan Thomas case, but I don't believe he was Mirandized. And then there's, I guess, another interview when he's taken from the jail. I don't believe he was Mirandized for that interview either. So there's all sorts of issues with this statement that I'm trying to piece together now in real time. But it's complicated.
So I was always under the impression that Mr. Shard had the interviews because I believe we've talked about his client's statements.
Right, so there are interviews and then there are letters.
Correct. So there are 3 interviews total. So
I don't think he's claiming he doesn't have the interviews.
I do not believe I received the interviews through discovery. In full candor to the court, I knew about the interviews, but the state has always said they don't plan to use the interviews.
Okay.
And we don't. I told Mr.
Okay.
Shard that yesterday. So there are 2 interviews at the hospital. One on the 26th when the incident occurred, another 2 days later on the 29th of September. Then in November of 2015, Mr. Stillwell was taken from the jail to speak with Investigator Thorpe, separate and apart from his conversation with Investigator Griffin. The understanding that I have, and even in watching the interview, is that after Mr. Stillwell finished speaking with Detective Thorpe, Mr. Stillwell asked to speak to Investigator Griffin, who was the lead investigator on a case in which he was a victim.
Right.
At that point, Investigator Griffin came into the interview room, spoke with Mr. Stillwell at Mr. Stillwell's request, gave the information that he gave during that interview, and then that interview concluded. That interview is about 25 minutes long. The state, again, does not intend to play that interview unless there's a need for it, but initially when we question Investigator Griffin, we don't intend to introduce the interview. We do intend to ask about the interview, but not play it. Then again, like I said, there was a social media post thread about the fact that Mr. Stillwell had given a statement to police about the case in which he was a victim. And then this subsequent letter came in which he recanted everything that he said in the November interview.
Okay, and the state's had both of these letters for some amount of time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and y'all believe you served them in discovery, but you're not sure, and so you're gonna have to check that.
So the interview was served on March 20th, 2023.
The November interview?
The November and the 2 September
Okay.
interviews.
What about the letters?
The
So in the interest of time, so we're just not guessing.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
In the interest of time, and so we're not guessing.
We still can't hear you.
In the interest of time. In the interest of time, and so we're not guessing for the court and counsel, I think lunchtime would be a great time for us to
Okay.
be able to look to see when.
All right,
we serve
do we have witnesses ready?
Yes.
Okay, who is your first witness gonna be? Who is your first? Okay, Officer Jones. Officer Jones, who is where on this witness list? Number 8. Okay. All right, ready for the jury? Yes, let's get the jury in.
Your Honor, Westmoreland over here. While the jury's walking in, can you please give a reminder about the mics? Because I don't want to interrupt someone.
All right,
during their-
everybody use the mics. It's very difficult to hear if you don't talk into the mics.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Ross. All right, thank you. Everybody can have a seat, and if you can, well, not you, officer. You need to be sworn first.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, you can be seated. Please take this for your name for the record.
Michael Jones, MICHAELJONES.
Good morning, Officer Jones. How are you?
Sergeant, I'm fine.
And thank you for saying that. Where are you a sergeant currently?
I'm assigned to Zone 5, our field investigations team.
With the Atlanta Police Department?
Correct.
All right. How long have you been sergeant?
It'll be 3 years in December.
And how long have you been with APD?
Total of 12 years.
February the 13th of 2015, were you working with Atlanta Police Department at that time?
Yes,
What was your position?
I was a police officer assigned to Zone 3 Morning Watch.
As a police officer assigned to Zone 3 Morning Watch, what hours did you work?
10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
All right. And on the morning of February the 13th, around 3:56, were you on duty?
Yes,
All right. At that time, did you have an occasion to respond to the area of 193 Hendricks Avenue?
yes.
And what was the reason that you responded?
I responded on behalf of my then Lieutenant Bruce, in reference to shell cases being on the ground near the location.
All right. Now, preceding that shell casings call that you got from Lieutenant Bruce, had there been another call at 193 Hendricks?
I'm not familiar with that, but I believe so.
All right. And when you got to 193 Hendricks, tell the jury what you observed.
Based on my report, because it was quite some time ago, I was able to recover 17 what was identified as 5.56 shell casings and 6 9mm shell cases.
Did you have an occasion, without telling what anyone said, did you have an occasion to speak to any persons on scene?
No, ma'am.
Did you observe any persons on scene?
No, ma'am.
All right. And once you collected those 17 5.56 shell casings and the 6 9mm shell casings, tell the jury how you preserved or collected them.
Once shell cases are collected, they are then turned into our property, which is our annex building.
I should be more specific. When they're collected, are they collected individually and put in a bowl and given to property, or do you do something different with them?
From my knowledge, if I'm doing the collection, we collect them individually or all together, or we contact our crime scene technicians and they come out and collect them.
And in this particular instance, was it you or a crime scene technician that collected the shell casings?
Based on my report, it looks like that I was the one that collected them.
All right. Now, when you collect them, do you put them in yellow envelopes and put anything on the envelopes, or do you something different? Do you do something different?
Normal procedure. That is the procedure. You collect them individually, one shell case at a time. I don't remember exactly how these particular shell cases were collected, but I believe that I still follow the same procedures that I do with collecting shell cases individually.
And does your procedure involve writing on the individual packet that the shell casing is in the location that you collected them from?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it involve putting your name on the front of the package?
I can't recall if I had to put my name on them or not. I'm being honest, I can't recall.
What time was the call that preceded your call? Was it earlier in the day, in the night, a few hours before, a few moments before you went out? Do you know?
Prior to this particular call?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you record in your report anything about that location that aided you in knowing what to look for? And if you need to refer to your report, just say, I need to refresh my recollection. Read it to yourself and then let the jury know.
Okay.
And are you reading to refresh your memory right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, in the report, I mentioned that there have been previously recent gang-related shootings that are...
You remember what I said about reading the report to yourself?
Gotcha.
Refreshing your memory?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is your memory refreshed?
Correct.
All right. So had there been shootings prior to the time that you responded at this location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And had there been a vehicle found with bullet holes at this location?
Sustained.
Had there been anything else found?
Not that I recall.
Was there any vehicles found prior to your getting here that would have aided you in your investigation?
Based on my report, no, ma'am.
All right. Do you know whether or not there were any, and when you say based on your report, if you would look at line, I'm going to approach you with your report 150410718. Without reading to the jury.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now, am I holding the same report that
Yes, ma'am.
you're holding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So other than the gang-related shootings, had there been anything else found that you utilized to aid you in your investigation?
Yes, a vehicle was located with bullet holes.
With what?
A vehicle with bullet holes.
Okay. Now, was there anybody home at the time of the 911 call that preceded yours
No,
based on your investigation?
No, ma'am.
And was there anyone home at the time you arrived?
No, ma'am.
At the time of the 911 call that preceded yours, do you know, based on your investigation, and were you able to learn in order to further your investigation, whether any shell casings were recovered at the time of the 911 call that preceded your arrival?
Objection to the extent that it calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Do you know, based on your investigation and to the extent that it aided you in your investigation, whether there were any shell casings located during the response to the 911 call that preceded your arrival? Do you understand the question?
You say it proceeded after or before?
The 911 call that preceded, that went before.
So try a different question.
Yes.
Confusing anyway.
Do you know whether or not anybody before you found any shell casings at that location as it related to the call Sergeant Bruce brought you back out on?
And I would object because that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you aware of any other evidence besides the car riddled with bullet holes and the gang-related shootings regarding 193 Hendricks Avenue? Were you aware of anything else that helped you in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you went to that location, did you know whose home that was?
No, ma'am.
Did you know whose relatives those were?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The shell casings that you collected, 5.56 shell casings, describe those type of shell casings to the jury.
They're longer than the average pistol shell casings.
Like this long,
Skinnier.
this long.
I would say the second.
Could you hold it
about
up?
this
'Cause I
long?
can't do
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, about this long.
Okay. And you said they're longer than the what?
They're longer than the average pistol shell casings.
All right. And relatively speaking, the other type, the 9mm type, those are just regular small shell casings?
Yes, ma'am. Those are smaller.
The 5.56 shell casings, do you know what type of gun, based on your training and experience with the Atlanta Police Department, fires that type of ammunition?
Normally AR-15 rifle style firearm.
And did you, at the time you responded to the scene, observe or did you even go to the property to see whether there were bullet holes at the address you were responding to?
No, ma'am, I don't remember.
Was your only role at the scene to go and collect the shell casings that had been found?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you arrived at 193 Hendricks, do you remember what that area looked like? Was there an alleyway near it?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you note in your report an alleyway leading up towards 193 Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
And where in relation to that alleyway were the shell casings found?
I will have to refer back to my report.
Would you read it, refresh your memory, and look up after your memory has been refreshed? Is your memory refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So where in relation to that alleyway were the shell casings found?
Actually in the alleyway.
All right. And do you recall how close to the location those shell casings were?
No, ma'am, I do not recall.
Do you have any personal knowledge or personal relationship with a man named Kenneth Copeland?
No.
All right. And do you have any personal relationship with or knowledge of any member of his family?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
Any questions by the defense for this witness? Anybody? Nope. All right. Thank you for your time. Call your next witness.
State calls Officer King.
You promised me they'd be passing each other on the way in and the way out.
Before you proceed, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. May I proceed? My seat, please state the name of the
My name is Officer King, H. King.
And pull that mic really close to your mouth because it
Okay.
needs to be close for us to be able to
All
hear
right.
you. Thank you.
H. King, King.
Good morning. Is it still Officer King?
Yes, it is.
Good morning, Officer King. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Officer King, would you please tell the jury where it is that you work as an officer?
Zone 3, Atlanta,
All right. How long have you worked in Zone 3 as an officer?
20 years.
So is it safe to say that on February the 10th of 2015, you were working Zone 3 with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Now, would you tell the jury what your shift was during that time?
My shift was 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. day watch.
And during that time, did you have an occasion to respond to 193 Hendricks Avenue Southwest?
Yes, I did.
What was the reason that you responded to that location?
The call was a damage to property. A house was shot up.
Okay. Now, do you remember the time that you responded to that location?
It was around 8 o'clock in the morning.
And when you arrived at the location, did you speak to any occupants of the residence without saying anything that anyone said? Do you recall speaking to any occupants of the residence?
The female, I believe, the owner of the house.
Was there a Miss Janice Maryweather there?
Yes.
All right. And did you have an occasion, without talking about what she said, did you have an occasion to talk with Miss Maryweather?
Yes.
All right. Now, what did you observe when you got to the house? And if you need to refresh your memory, is that your report you have up there?
No,
with
I
you?
don't have to report. No.
Do you need to see your report to refresh your memory?
Yes.
All right.
Gotcha.
I'm going to show you a copy of your report, and you tell me if you recognize this as your report, the document I'm placing in front of you.
Yes.
And what was the incident number of your report?
The incident number was 150410718.
And again, what time did you respond? Refreshing your memory?
8:09
All right. AM?
a.m. Yes.
All right. And if you would do me a favor, whenever you need to look down and refresh your memory, would you let the jury know I'm refreshing my memory and read it to yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after your memory is refreshed, would you just let me know?
Yes.
All right. So what did you see when you got to the location of 193 Hendricks Avenue?
I remember pulling up in front of the house. I think the female, either she was outside or she came up to me and I asked her what happened.
Now, when she came up to you, describe for the jury whether she was from what you could observe, whether she was calm, upset, frantic, what was her disposition? Concerned?
I don't recall
Okay.
how she was. Yeah.
Was this young lady an older young lady like myself, or was she a younger?
Yeah, older.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, after you met with Miss Maryweather, what did you do?
I just asked her what happened, what did she see, and she told me the situation.
All right. And what did you do after she told you the situation?
I believe we went inside the house to see what was going on, see the damage.
And what did you see inside the house?
There were defects on the outside of the house.
Okay. Do you recall how many defects?
No, I do not.
And do you indicate in your report anything relating to where it is that you saw the defects? If you need to refresh your memory, let me know now.
No, it was on the outside of the house.
Okay. Now, did you go inside the house and see any damage to other items, cabinets, bedrooms, walls, anything like that?
I remember a flat screen TV was
Okay.
damaged, and there was some in the kitchen area,
All
but
right. And in your report, do you document any other areas? Do you need to refresh your memory?
I need to refresh my memory.
All right, go right ahead.
Okay.
Now, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Do you, at the time that you go to the residence, do you see or observe any damage on the inside of the residence?
The walls, in the bedroom, hallway,
Okay.
the kitchen area.
Now, did you call or did a crime scene technician come out and process the scene?
I did call, yes.
Who did you call?
It was ID Tech Charleston came. 7333 was his number.
Now, Miss Maryweather, did she have a son by the name of Kenneth Hurst who lived next door?
Leading question.
Sustained.
Did you document or did you recall whether Miss Maryweather had a son?
Yes, there was a son on scene.
Oh, who was that person on scene?
I need to refresh.
When you refresh, just look up and tell me I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm done.
All right. Who was the person that you talked to?
Kenneth Hurst.
All right. And did Kenneth Hurst give you a description of any vehicles that may have been involved?
He said that it told.
Sustained.
Based on the conversation that you had with Ms. Hurst, Mr. Hurst, and Ms. Maryweather, did you get any information to aid in your investigation about who or what happened
Yes.
when her house was shut up?
He stated to me that a neighbor.
Without stating to you
Oh.
what he said,
Um,
did you go, were you on the lookout for any particular vehicles after that?
we were on the lookout for.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Now, once you call ID Tech Charleston, did you stay and watch ID Tech Charleston collect the evidence that was collected?
Yes, he stated he collected one
Okay.
showcases.
All right. And so did ID Tech Charleston also collect a projectile from the kitchen?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading question.
Sustained.
Was there anything else that was collected?
That the showcasing he did recover was from the kitchen.
All right. After you came and responded to the scene, did you do anything else as related to this particular incident ending in 0718?
No.
All right. Now, had you responded to this incident location anytime prior to that?
Not
date?
to my knowledge, no.
And did you respond to that incident location at any time after that date as it relates to this shooting?
No, I wasn't the beat officer.
Okay. And without saying what anyone told you, did you document in your report the details of, or at least some details of the conversation that you had with Miss Maryweather?
Yes.
You said yes? If you need to refresh, go ahead and look at your
Oh,
report.
no, I remember.
Don't say what she said though.
Don't say what she said. Okay. We did have a conversation as to.
And did you document that conversation in your report?
Yes, I did.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor. We may need to just call him briefly in case something else happens, but for now, that's all that I have. for this
All right.
witness.
Are there defense questions for this witness?
You have, Ms. Williams, no questions.
No. Okay. So are you asking that he stick around?
Yes, I'm asking
Okay.
that he temporarily.
All
do
right.
so.
You're excused from the stand, but you're not released. So if you can just stick around until the state lets you know one way or another.
Okay, thank you.
Call your next witness. Are y'all able to hear the witness? Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering if that might be better. because, yeah. There's somebody who can swear the witness.
Testimony about to give in the matters pending before this court and this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am. Okay, you can put your hand down. And if you'll just have a seat, and then make sure you pull the chair up a little bit, because you're very light spoken, so everybody can hear you, okay? Now, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors, where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, are you born and raised?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you do for work?
I'm a clerk.
Okay, and do you live, does the majority of your family also live in the greater Atlanta area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors how you know, or if you know, a gentleman named Quamarvious Zachary?
I dated Quamarvious Zachary.
Okay, and could you tell the jurors how long did you date Mr. Zachary?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you remember when you and Mr. Zachary met?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, can you tell me when you guys met?
I don't know the date, but I remember it was after a club.
Okay, and do you and Mr. Zachary have any children together?
No.
Okay. And were you dating Mr. Zachary, was it back in 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, we can try to jog your memory a little bit. So when you and Mr. Zachary were dating, did you ever share a home together?
I believe so.
Okay.
Mhm.
And did you call him Quamarvious, or did you have a nickname that you generally called him?
D.
D?
Mhm.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, through your relationship, did you, can you tell them where Mr. Zachary was from? What part of Atlanta?
Capital Homes.
Okay. And where is Capital Homes?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. And back in 2015, did Mr. Zachary live off of Cleveland Avenue with his mom?
I believe so.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you have an opportunity to go to his house where he lived with his mom off of Cleveland Avenue on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And just to orient the jurors, where on Cleveland Avenue, if you can describe, did they live?
I believe behind the Checkers.
The Checkers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, during your time that you spent in a relationship with Mr. Zachary, can you tell the jurors, did you have an opportunity to kind of meet with his friends or associates?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet a gentleman named Antonio Sledge?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what about someone named Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
Okay. And what about someone named Jeffery Williams?
No.
Okay. Do you know, was that somebody that Mr. Zachary would spend time with, someone named Jeffery Williams?
That's what he told me.
Okay. And what about, had you ever had an opportunity to meet someone named Deamonte in Garlington?
Yes.
Okay. And were they, any of the people we just mentioned that you had met, did you, I guess, hang out with them often, go to restaurants or clubs, or hang out at people's houses with them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the time that you were dating and in a relationship with Mr. Zachary, can you tell the jurors, did you ever see him with firearms that he owned?
Yes, I was with him when he purchased one.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, when you were with him, where did he purchase a firearm?
I don't recall.
Okay. do you remember when you were with him, what kind of firearm or what the firearm looked like when you were there when he purchased it?
No.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, were there times, or were you with Mr. Zachary and were you aware in 2015 in May that Mr. Zachary was arrested?
Can you be specific?
In around May 7th, were you aware with Mr. Zachary when he was arrested?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you remember a time that when Mr. Zachary was in custody, he would call you, I guess, through the jail phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that after one of the phone calls that you had with Mr. Zachary in September of 2015, you reached out to ATF agents?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, can you tell the jurors why you reached out to ATF agents or law enforcement?
Because Quamarvious wanted me to see why was he arrested.
Okay. And after that phone call on September 16th of 2015, did you go and meet with some agents and detectives at the City of Atlanta Police Department a couple days later?
I did.
Okay. And on September 18th of 2015, do you remember who you met with?
I don't.
Can you tell the jurors or describe for them, was it a man, a woman, was it both?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember multiple people being in the room when you were speaking with law enforcement on September 18th?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, I guess, to speak with the law enforcement agents, can you tell the jurors, did you talk with them about some of the guns that you knew that Mr. Zachary owned?
I believe so.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you talk with them about some specific guns that he shared or gave to some friends that we've mentioned here today?
I remember hearing it, but I don't remember it actually happening.
Okay. So when you say you remember hearing it, prior to today, you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of your interview with ATF agents and members of the Atlanta Police Department.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when you listened to that recording, did you recognize your voice?
I did.
Okay. And it's something that you listened to from start to beginning?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything about that recording when you were speaking that made you think it wasn't your voice?
No.
Okay. And do you actually, you remember, or do you remember actually going to meet with them back in 2015? Maybe not the context or content of what was said, but you actually remember going to that meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. And during that meeting, do you remember talking with and telling the detectives that Mr. Zachary had given a firearm to Antonio Sledge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember talking to and describing the firearm that he had given to Antonio Sledge?
Not really, but okay.
In listening to the recording, do you remember telling the detectives that he gave Antonio Sledge a small black handgun, the one that you were with him when he purchased it?
I do.
Okay. And
Yes. Do you want the witness to
So I want to talk to you, pivot just for a second. We talked a little bit earlier about some of the people that you described that you had met that were friends or associates of Mr. Zachary. Remember that?
Yes,
And you and Mr. Zachary, you dated for multiple, or did you date for multiple years?
I believe so.
Okay. And in the times that you and Mr. Zachary dated, can you describe for the jurors, did he, based on your personal knowledge, hang out with Mr. Williams, Jeffery Williams, on a number of occasions?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
You want me to answer that?
Yes.
I've never actually seen him hang with him.
Let me ask you this question. Did, you're familiar with social media, Instagram,
Objection
Facebook?
to the leading question.
Are you familiar with,
Overruled. Well, yeah.
are you familiar with social media like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, things like that?
Yes,
And do you have those things?
yes,
And did Mr. Zachary back then also have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all of those good things?
I believe so.
And in the number of years that you were in a relationship with Mr. Zachary, did you see photographs of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams together?
Yes, but I didn't think he knew him then.
Okay. Well, when you saw your testimony, you saw photographs where they were hanging out, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And
Yeah, no, I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization of the witness's answer.
I'll rephrase. Were they hanging out in the photographs?
I don't know if they was hanging out. I'm not sure. I wasn't there, but it was a picture of them together.
Okay. And did you see pictures of the two of them together on multiple occasions?
I believe so.
Okay. And in the times that you were in a relationship with Mr. Zachary, did he travel with Mr. Williams?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't remember.
Rephrase.
Were there times when Mr. Zachary was traveling and you and Mr. Zachary be on a FaceTime call and you would see?
Objection to that leading question.
Did you FaceTime Mr. Zachary when he was traveling?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the agents that there were times that you would FaceTime Mr. Zachary when he was traveling?
I believe so, but I don't remember actually FaceTiming him while he was traveling.
Okay. Well, do you remember in the recording that you listened to, you described FaceTiming with Mr. Zachary at times?
I believe so.
And in one of the occasions that you described, or do you remember one of the occasions that you described FaceTiming with Mr. Zachary that he was traveling with Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember, would you dispute that you said that during the recording that you listened to?
Can you repeat that question?
Would you, in the recording that you listened to, if that's in there, would you dispute that? Would you say that isn't true?
Are you asking what I said it is true that he was traveling with Mr. Williams?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. And do you remember during that interview, you also talked about times that you dropped Mr. Zachary off at the studio and Mr. Williams was there?
Objection calls for hearsay. It's leading and speculation.
Sustained to leading.
So let me break that down. Were there times during your relationship with Mr. Zachary that you dropped him off at different studios?
I don't remember.
Did you remember telling the detectives that was something that you would do?
I believe so.
And do you remember telling the detectives on at least one occasion when you dropped Mr. Zachary off at the studio, Mr. Williams, you saw Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember telling the detectives that?
I remember listening to it and seeing it, but I don't remember seeing him.
So you heard yourself say that?
I did hear myself say that.
Now, during that interview with the ATF agents and the Atlanta Police Department, God bless you. Scaring me. Now, you talked about other firearms that Mr. Zachary had given to
I'm going to
other
object to the
friends.
leading question.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yes. Do you remember talking and telling the agents and the detectives in September of 2015 about other firearms that Mr. Zachary had given to other friends?
I do, but I don't remember any other firearms.
Okay. And when you say I do you remember hearing yourself say that when you listened to the recording?
I do.
And do you remember hearing yourself say during that interview and on the recording that he gave?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's based on hearsay.
And I have to look at recording the
Okay.
interview.
State would say that it's accepted into hearsay because it's impeachment due to a prior inconsistent statement of Mr. Zachary.
Same objection. There's no predicate for impeachment of an inconsistent statement.
Yeah, that's our issue that we discussed up here.
Can we approach?
Sure.
telling the detectives during the interview in September of 2015, where you described that Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams were friends. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying it, but I remember hearing it.
Remember hearing yourself say it? Okay. Do you also remember or hearing yourself say and describe that Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams traveled to places like Miami on multiple occasions?
I
I'm going to
remember.
object again on the grounds of hearsay. He
Overruled.
has personal knowledge.
Well, I sustained as to that. I
Do you
see that's
remember-
what you're asking.
Do you remember telling the detectives and the agents that you had personal knowledge that Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams traveled to Miami on multiple occasions?
I don't remember.
Remember hearing yourself say that?
I do.
Now, I want to bring your attention to January 12th of 2015, okay? Do you remember talking to the detectives and the agents about an incident that happened at the Crystals off of Cleveland Avenue?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors who is Antrivia Smith?
My cousin.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors around that time in 2015 in January, was your cousin Miss Smith dating somebody that you knew by the nickname Kel?
I don't know who she was dating at the time.
Okay, and do you know or did you know someone who you referred to as Kel?
I don't.
Do you remember talking to the detectives and officers with the Atlanta Police Department about somebody you knew by the name of Kel?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, do you remember going to that Crystals to meet your cousin, Miss Smith, around 1 o'clock that morning on January 12th, 2015?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, were you driving?
I don't remember.
Okay, were you with anyone?
I believe so.
Okay, do you know a person with the last name Miss Anderson?
I do.
Okay, and do you remember talking to me yesterday about the fact that she was in the passenger seat of your car that night when you went to the Crystals to meet your cousin?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what you remember when you got to the Crystals that you did?
I remember pulling up on the side of my cousin, and me and her was talking and playing, and then we heard a gunshot.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, you said you heard gunshots. Do you remember talking to the
A gunshot.
Okay, do you remember talking to the detectives and telling them where the gunshot came from?
I do.
Okay, can you tell the jurors?
I believe I told them that the guy in the passenger seat had shot the gun.
Okay, and in the passenger seat of whose car?
My cousin.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, I guess, who that person was in the passenger seat of your cousin's car, Ms. Smith?
I don't know him, so I don't know, but they told me that it was the guy that she was dating.
Well, I don't want you to tell me what anybody else said, but let me ask you this question. Do you remember telling officers that responded that night, as well as agents and other detectives on September 18th of 2015, that the person in the passenger seat of your cousin's car was someone that you knew by the nickname Kel?
I do.
And do you remember hearing yourself on that recording and from that night on January 12th, describing to them how you had just requested him on Instagram?
I do.
And do you remember providing them with the Instagram handle for Mr. Kel?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember the Instagram Do you remember what Instagram handle you told the officers and the detectives what Mr. Kell's handle or ID was?
I think I believe. I don't know.
Okay. You think you believe so?
I don't really remember.
Okay. Well, can you describe for the jurors or tell the jurors the handle that you remember giving to the Atlanta Police Department that night?
I think it was like BMG something. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember it being BGCMB_Shell?
Probably so.
And can you tell the jurors what kind of car was your cousin driving that night? Do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember telling the officers that responded that your cousin was in a red Pontiac Grand Prix?
I don't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after the officers arrived, after the shooting incident, well, first, were you injured?
I was not.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after you spoke with the officers where you went? Do you remember?
I don't remember where I went.
Okay. Do you remember telling them and talking to me yesterday about the fact that you went to Mr. Zachary's home off of Cleveland Avenue that we talked about today where he lived with his mom?
I believe so, but I don't remember where I went.
Okay. And do you remember telling the officers and talking to me yesterday that when you got to Mr. Zachary's apartment that early morning, that Mr. Zachary wasn't there?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you remember what you told the detectives and what you told me yesterday as to where he was on January 12th of 2015?
I believe I said Miami.
Okay. And do you remember telling the detectives that you knew he was in Miami because that's when you had FaceTimed him earlier that day, and he was in Miami?
Probably so.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors how you know someone named Miss Alexis Bryant?
That's Quindarius' cousin.
Okay. And back in 2015, was that somebody that you would consider a friend or you'd hang out with?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Was she somebody that you had hung out with or been with on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay. And had you been to her home in the Eagles Nest apartment complex before?
Yes.
And about how many times do you think you had been to her apartment?
I don't remember.
More than once?
Probably so.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, have you ever been to a club here in Atlanta called Club Crucial?
I have.
Okay. And is that somewhere you had been more than once before April 28th of 2015?
Probably so.
Okay. Well, was that a spot that you and Mr. Zachary and his friends, whoever it may be, would hang out on a monthly basis or more than once a month?
I guess you could say that.
Okay. Now, do you remember talking to the detectives back in September of 2015 about a fight that you saw at Club Crucial on April 28th of 2015?
I do, but I don't remember a fight. I remember hearing it, but I don't remember a fight.
Okay. And when you were listening to that recording, do do you remember telling the detectives that the fight?
Objection to the leading question.
Do you remember telling the detectives that Mr. Garlington was jumped that night?
I remember hearing myself say that.
Okay. And you remember hearing yourself say that you actually witnessed the fight?
I remember hearing myself say that.
Okay. And do you remember during that recording, who you told the detectives kind of jumped in to help Mr. Garlington when he was being beat up?
I remember hearing myself say Antonio Sledge.
Okay. Do you remember also telling the detectives that person you knew as Tay jumped in to help as well?
I don't remember telling. I remember hearing myself say it. So I remember hearing myself say that.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how do you know Tay?
I don't remember how I know him.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives that you knew Tay through Miss Bryant?
Probably so.
And telling the detectives that Tay was Miss Bryant's boyfriend?
Probably so.
And can you tell the jurors what you remember saying or what you remember hearing yourself say in that recording after the fight was broken up, what you did?
I don't remember what I said.
Do you remember telling the detectives that at that point you were leaving the club? Remember that?
Probably so.
And can you tell the jurors what you remember telling the detectives happened as you were leaving Club Crucial?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I believe it's appropriate to ask what happened before we ask what she said.
Do you remember what happened when you walked out of Club Crucial that early morning on April 28th of 2015?
I do not.
I don't know what it is. It's not me. I'm not winning one. Do you remember? So you said you don't remember what happened when you walked out to the parking lot of Club Crucial?
I don't.
Do you remember hearing yourself on that recording describe to the detectives and the agents what happened?
Kinda, yes.
Okay, what do you remember hearing yourself say?
I believe I said I went to Alexis Bryant's house.
Okay, and what did you tell the detectives happened before you went to Miss Bryant's house?
I don't remember.
Because you don't remember telling the detectives and then talking to me yesterday and telling me that when you were in the parking lot, a shooting happened at Club Crucial.
No, I don't remember telling you that either yesterday.
Okay, and now you said after you left Club Crucial, how did you get to Miss Bryant's house?
I don't remember.
Okay, and when you say you went to Miss Bryant's house, is this the same apartment that we talked about a little earlier that you had been to on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors who was at Miss Bryant's house when you went there that early morning on April 28th?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Alexis being there?
Not really, but I'm pretty sure she was there.
Okay. Well, do you think that you went to Miss Bryant's house by yourself?
No.
Okay. Did you have a key to Miss Bryant's house?
No.
So in order to get in, would Miss Bryant or somebody she lived with have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. And you got into her apartment that morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how long you were at Miss Bryant's home?
I don't.
Let me ask you this question. You said you don't remember, but how do you know that you were there?
Because I remember I was there.
So you remember
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors while you were there, what happened that early morning at the apartment?
I was asleep. I was drunk, sleep, and I woke up to a call from Quindarius, and he told me.
Don't tell me what Mr. Zachary told you. Just tell me what you remember hearing or what happened at the apartment that you physically observed or heard.
I heard gunshots.
Okay. And do you remember how many gunshots you heard?
No.
All right. And is that what woke you up, the gunshots?
The second time, yes.
Okay. And after you heard the gunshots, can you tell the jurors kind of what happened or what was going on inside of Miss Bryant's apartment? Do you remember?
What you mean?
Well, did you get up? Did you leave? Did you go back to sleep? What did you do after you heard gunshots?
I don't remember what I did. I just remember waking up the next morning at my mom's house.
Okay. And well, let me ask you this question. When you heard gunshots, do you believe, do you remember if it was more than one, two, was it multiple?
It was multiple.
Okay. And did hearing the gunshots or the gunshots that woke you up the second time, did that surprise you? Like, were you expecting to hear gunshots that night?
No, but it didn't surprise me either.
Okay. Why not?
It just didn't.
We said it just didn't. Can you explain to the jurors why it just didn't surprise you?
Objection as for relevance.
Because I wasn't scared, so it didn't surprise me.
Did any of the gunshots that you heard, did they come into Miss Bryant's apartment?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you talk to any police after you heard gunshots that early morning?
I don't remember, honestly.
Now, let's talk a little bit about something that you listened to in the recording with the agents in September of 2015. Can you tell the jurors, do you remember talking to them about Donovan Thomas or Nuts murder?
I believe I heard myself say something about it.
Okay. And do you remember talking to the detectives about where Mr. Zachary was when Mr.
I'm going to object to the hearsay. That it calls for hearsay.
It doesn't. The answer does not.
Okay. I'll listen to the rest of the question and then make a determination.
Do you remember talking to the detectives about how you knew where Mr. Zachary was when Mr. Thomas was killed?
Okay, overruled.
I believe so.
Okay. And do you remember telling the detectives that he was actually...
Objection to the leading question and that it calls for hearsay.
Do you remember what you told the detectives as to why you had personal knowledge of where Mr. Zachary was?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors?
I was with him.
Okay. And when you say you were with him, were you at his house, your house? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember talking to the detectives about how you had personal knowledge of where Antonio Sledge was during that time?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that, how you knew where he was?
I believe I told them that they were on FaceTime together.
Questions for this witness by any of the defense attorneys?
1 second, please, Judge.
Sure.
No questions from Mr. Williams.
Anyone else? All right, Ms. Good, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Take the call, Sergeant Fernandez.
Okay.
I do. Statement spelled your first and last name for the court now.
Cesar Fernandez, Cesar, Fernandez, Fernandez.
Good morning, Sergeant Fernandez.
Morning.
Can you tell the jurors where you are currently employed, sir?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the City of Atlanta Police Department?
A little over 13 years.
Okay, and you're a sergeant now?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors back in 2015 where within the City of Atlanta Police Department were you specifically assigned?
I was assigned to Zone 3 Morning Watch Patrol.
Okay, and how long, I guess, were you a patrol officer in Zone 3 prior to 2015?
6-7 years.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, were you pretty familiar with, I guess, Cleveland Avenue in Zone 3?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion on April 28th of 2015, a little after 1 a.m., to be dispatched to the Crystals off of Cleveland Avenue?
Was that the date? I thought it was...
Excuse me, I misspoke. On January 12th of 2015, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the question again?
So were you dispatched to 349 Cleveland Avenue, the Crystals, that early morning around 1 a.m.?
Yes. I was actually initially dispatched 445 Cleveland Avenue, which is an apartment complex, in regards to the incident occurring at 349 Cleveland Avenue at the Crystals.
Okay. And the apartment complex, is that pretty, I guess, close in proximity to the Crystals?
Yes.
And are both of those addresses of the apartment complex as well as the Crystals here at City of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why were you dispatched to that general area that early morning?
I was dispatched to a dispute with a weapon. When I arrived to the scene of the apartment complex, I met with the two victims, and they advised that they were at the Crystals, and they pulled up to speak to one of the victim's cousins that was in the drive-thru. And I guess there was a verbal exchange with the passenger in that vehicle. At some point, that passenger pulled out a weapon and fired a shot into the air.
Okay. And the two females that you spoke to when you arrived was that, Miss Good and Miss Anderson?
Yes.
And after you took their statements, did you physically go to the Crystals?
I had another officer check the actual Crystals location for any evidence.
Okay. And were you able, or was, based on your knowledge of the investigation, any ballistics or shell casings found?
No, we weren't able to locate any casings. It was likely that the casing was possibly within the vehicle, since the weapon wasn't outside of the vehicle, from my understanding.
Okay. And you are speaking with Miss Good. You mentioned that she talked about her cousin.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. And do you remember the name that she gave you of her cousin?
I'd have to.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
When you're done, just look up.
Yes, Miss Smith.
Did looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what was the name of Miss Good's cousin?
Miss Centrivia Smith.
Okay. And in speaking with Miss Good, were you provided with the address of Miss Smith?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you remember what that address was?
Yeah, I'd have to look at my report again.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection, just look up when you're done. As your recollection refreshed as to the address that you were given for Miss Smith?
Yes,
Okay. What address was that?
it's 2905 Springdale Road.
Okay. And after you were given that address, did you and some of your fellow officers go to that address?
Correct.
And can you tell the jurors when you all went to that address, what were you able to determine or what came about that?
The vehicle in question, Miss Smith's vehicle was parked in front of the apartment building where she resided.
Okay. And did you attempt to make a contact? Did you knock on the door?
Yes, we attempted to make contact, but no one answered at the door.
Okay. And after you attempted to make contact, can you tell the jurors what you kind of did next as it related to this part of the investigation?
If I'm not mistaken, at that point, we just made our notifications and notified investigators that the vehicle was in fact out there. I don't believe we did anything with the vehicle at that time.
Okay. And just to go back to the incident, the crystals, did you attempt to get any video from, I guess, the exterior of the crystals that night?
I can't remember what Officer Glass did in regards to that. I remember that the employees at the crystals advised that they didn't.
Sustained.
Okay. Based on your investigation and your role, were you ever able to obtain any video surveillance?
I wasn't.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions pending redirect.
Any questions for this witness? Anybody? No? Okay, thank you for your time. You are excused. Let's take a restroom break and then y'all can have your next witness ready. All right, we'll take 10 minutes or whenever the jury gets back. We do need the court reporter.
I think she's.
Okay. Y'all can go ahead and get the next witness in. But then we need to find the court. Okay, well, I'm sure she'll be right back. Thank you. So when Reed gets here, just give us a heads up beforehand, okay? We're ready. Oh, no problem. You. She hadn't been sworn. Can you stand up and be sworn?
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court. Use down into that mic.
Wakethia Brock, Wykethia.
Pull that mic real close to you, okay?
Wakethia Brock, Wykethia, Brock.
And Ms. Brock, good morning.
Good morning.
Where are you from?
Atlanta.
Okay. And were you born and raised here?
Yes.
All right. And do you work?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I'm a manager.
And in 2015, where did you live?
Oakley City.
Oakland City?
Yes.
And what was your address in 2015 in Oakland City?
878 Oakley City. Oakland Drive.
All right. And how long did you live at that residence?
Like 8 years.
And so in 2015, you had lived there for 8 years?
I guess, yeah.
All right. And do you have any siblings?
Yes.
How many?
It's 10 of us.
10. I want to specifically ask you about 2. Do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Is that one of your siblings?
Yes.
And do you also know someone by the name of Rontrez Brock?
Yes.
Is he one of your siblings?
Yes.
Between the 3 of you, who's oldest?
Rontrez.
All right. And then who's next?
Me.
And then is Kenneth younger than both of you?
Yes.
Right. Back in 2015, did Kenneth ever live with you or stay with you at your home on 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes.
All right. How often would he stay at that home?
Whenever.
Did you say whenever?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1 Triple D.
It'll come up on that screen right in front of you if you don't want to have to strain your neck.
Do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 1 Triple D?
Yes.
How do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 1 Triple D?
That's where I stayed.
It is at the house at 878 Oakland Drive.
Yes.
Now, Rontrez Brock, did he ever live at that home with you and Kenneth?
Yes.
All right. And in 2015, did Rontrez have another address where he was living?
I don't remember.
Did he ever live off of Maury Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the Village at Carver Homes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for me?
Yes.
And do you know while Rontrez was living at the Village at Carver Homes, with Kenneth Copeland ever stay with him at that location sometimes?
Yes.
And back in 2015, do you recall if your brother Rontrez had a vehicle?
I guess, yeah.
Specifically,
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to just pull the whole mic closer to you. It moves. Like, pull the base of it closer to you.
Specifically, do you remember if you ever had a white Dodge Charger?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January 13th, 2015. Did you ever have the occasion to call the police to come to your home?
I did.
Why did you have to call the police to come to your house?
Because I got a threat on Instagram.
Okay. And once you got the threat on Instagram, was it else at your home?
Say it again.
You got a threat on Instagram. Was there anything else? Was there any other reason why you called the police?
No.
Right. Did you ever have any damage to your home?
When? Before or after?
After receiving the threat?
Okay, make it make sense. With.
Sure. Let me ask you this. Did you ever have your home shot with bullets?
Yes.
Okay. And was that around the same time you received this threat?
That was after I got locked up.
Okay. When did you get locked up?
After I called the police.
Okay, so you got a threat, got locked up, and then you called the police?
I got a threat. I called the police. They escorted me to my grandma's house. They called me back out and locked me up.
Okay. Once you were locked up, did you ever come home and found that your home was had been shot at or shot up?
Yes.
All right. How long between the time you got locked up and the time you got home? Do you remember how many days that was?
It was the same day.
The same day.
Mm-hmm.
When you got home, what did you find? What do you remember seeing when you came home and saw that your home had been shot up?
Bullet holes. Bullet holes.
And did you know who had shot up your home?
No.
Right. And when the police came out to the location, did you give that information to the police that you came home and your home had been shot up?
Yes.
And prior to you going to jail, had your home been shot up?
No.
Had anything like that ever happened to your house while you were living there those
No.
8 years? I'm going to show you a few other pictures. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3 Triple D. Were you out there when the police took any of these pictures?
No.
All right. I'm going to show you 15 Triple D. I'm going to show you 19 Triple D. 23 Triple D. 24 Triple D. 28 Triple D. And 29 Triple D. Was that the holes and the damage that you found to your home when you came home after being released from jail back in January 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And is that everything that you showed the police back when you called the police to report that this occurred at your house?
Yes.
All right. Court. And let me ask you this, were you locked up for calling the police or were you locked up for something else?
Something else.
Okay. And what was that?
A failure to appear.
All right. All right. I have no further questions.
Thank
Any
you, Your Honor.
defense attorneys?
No
with
questions.
None? Okay. All right, Ms. Brock, thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
At this time, the state is going to call Mr. Yarborough to the stand.
Raise your hand. Swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes. That's it. All right. Pronounce your first and last name. Spell your first and last name for the court. Loud and clear.
Emmett Yarborough, EMMETT, YARBROUGH.
Good morning, Mr. Yarborough. Are you employed?
Yes,
And what do you do for work?
I work for Department of Public Works.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been there three months.
Okay, specifically, what's your job?
I empty the trash can for the city.
And where do you live?
Outside the city right now.
Okay. And was there ever a time that you lived inside the city?
Yes,
And when you say the city, what city are you referencing?
Atlanta.
Okay. And do you recall residing at an address of 88 Venera Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
Okay. And in what county is that address located?
Fulton.
And from what time frame did you live there?
I say like from 2010 and 2015.
Okay. And did you live with anyone at the address or did you live there alone?
You know, me and my wife,
Okay. And what is your wife's name?
April Quarterman.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said the last name?
April Quarterman.
Okay. And how long have you been married?
8 years,
How long have you been together?
25.
And do you all share any children in common?
No, just stepkids.
Okay. And what's the names of your stepchildren?
David Quarterman, DeAnthony Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman.
Okay. Is Deshaun a girl or a boy?
A girl.
And I'm going to direct your attention, just a brief moment. I'm going to direct your attention to the date of January 11th, 2015. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about that date in brief?
What you is depending on what you talking.
Sure. Do you recall law enforcement coming out to your home on that morning?
Yes.
What do you recall about having to come to your home on that morning for?
My house was shot up.
All right. Want to unpack some of that. Around or about what time would you say, Mr. Yarborough, was your home shot up?
Anywhere between 11:45, 12 o'clock that night.
And what were you doing at that time when your home was shot up?
I was sleeping.
Okay. And in the home that you're describing, about how many bedrooms are there in?
That was three bedroom. It was a 3-bedroom house.
And Was anyone else home at the time that it was shot up as you described?
No, I was the only one there.
Okay. And when you were asleep, and you heard the shots, well, let me ask this question. Did you hear the shots ring out, impacted your home?
Yes, that what woke me up.
Okay. And when you heard the shots that hit your home, what, if anything, did you do at that time?
I hit the floor once I realized it was gunshots.
And were these gunshots shots that were single fire shots, or did they sound like a machine gun?
No, it was machine gun.
All right. And when you say machine gun, are you saying that it sounded like they were in rapid succession?
They were shooting an AK-47.
Okay. And where was your wife at the time that the shooting occurred?
She was at my sister's birthday party.
Okay. Were you supposed to be there that evening?
Yes.
And why did you choose not to go?
I wasn't feeling good. I had a headache.
When the shooting was occurring at your home, about how long did it last?
Probably about anywhere between 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. And when the shooting, after the shooting occurred, I should say, did you happen to see anybody?
No.
Did you hear anybody?
No, I did not.
What was the next thing that you did after hearing the shots?
I called 911, then I called my wife.
Okay. And did you call any of your stepchildren?
No.
Okay. And what did you tell your wife?
That our house was just shot up.
And did she come to the home? Do you recall if she came to the home after receiving that call?
Yes, she came immediately.
Did anyone else come to the home after that news had been delivered?
Yeah, I had several relatives pull up. Then our kids started pulling up.
Okay. Was Deshaun Quarterman amongst the children that came to the home that evening?
Not at first, we were still trying to locate her.
Okay. And why were you trying to locate her?
Because we had got word that it was a threat on her life.
Objection to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Without saying what anybody said, why were you looking for your stepdaughter at that time?
We were trying to make sure all our kids were safe.
Your Honor, that does not call.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
We were trying to make sure all our kids were safe because our house was just shot up for no reason.
Okay. Was there a time that Deshaun lived at that home located at 88 Venera Avenue, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah, she stayed there until she graduated high school in 2011 before she went off to college.
Okay. Would she stay there? Would she stay there or spend the night at different times during that time frame after she had graduated?
No, she had got her own apartment.
Okay. And around what side of town did she stay on?
Over there off of by Carver home.
Okay. And what side of town do you know that to be?
The west side.
Okay. And do you know, can you describe what relationship, well, let me answer this question. Do you know a person by the name of Kenneth Copeland, AKA Lil Woody?
Yes.
How do you know Lil Woody?
He has a child by Deshaun, which is my granddaughter.
And how old is that child?
She's 10. She turned 10 this year.
Okay. And were there ever times where Deshaun and Lil Woody would be over your home together?
Yes.
Would how often would you say that Lil Woody would be present at your home?
It wasn't often because I actually didn't want a lot of people at my house.
Okay. Was there any particular reason? Let me rephrase. Did you have a problem with Woody being at your home?
I had a problem because I had a daughter who had a boyfriend who wanted to spend the night with her, and I wasn't going to allow that.
That's fair. That's fair. Did you have any other reason to not want her, to not want Woody near your home?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
Could I answer your question?
Yes, you can.
Being a parent and knowing that he was a street guy, nobody want their daughter talking to a street guy, basically, bottom line.
Okay. And I hear you say something about being a street guy. What do you have in mind when you say that?
Woody was in the streets.
Okay. When you say in the streets, do you say, is it fair to say that you are articulating that he was around people you didn't like?
I didn't know too much knowing about it that he hung with, but it's just the things that you heard that he did in the street.
Okay. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. When the gunfire hit your home, were you impacted by any of the shots?
No, was I hurt?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Do you know anyone else in the community or nearby area to have been hurt or their home affected by the gunfire?
Close the hearsay objection.
Rephrase.
Did you see anyone else in the community injured?
No.
Did you see anyone else's home impacted by gunfire?
No, I did not see it.
Did you see anyone else's vehicles impacted by the gunfire that rang out that morning?
No.
How long did your daughter, Deshawn Quarterman, date Lil Woody?
I think they wound up separating probably like a couple of months after the baby was born because he was in and out of jail.
I'm sorry, you said after the...
They broke up a couple of months after their baby was born.
Okay. Sorry. And do you know if they ever resumed their relationship after that initial breakup?
No, they were just friends.
Okay. And I want to circle back to something you said earlier when you testified about initially hearing the shots. How do you know that the shots were an AK-47?
I'm from the projects. I know what an AK-47 sound like.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you've heard it shot on more than one occasion?
Just once again, I'm from the projects.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And how do you know, I'm going to circle back to something you said earlier. How do you know that Lil Woody was in the streets, as you say?
He was from McCannaville.
Okay.
As everybody know, and 30 Deep was from McCannaville.
Do you know Lil Woody to be a part of 30 Deep at that time? Did you know him to be a part of 30 Deep?
No, I did not. I just know they reside in McCannaville.
And when you say 30 Deep, what do you know that to be?
It was a gang. It was a group of guys that went around running in stores, running out with blue jeans.
You started to say something and it sounded like you hesitated. Were you about to say, what were you about to say?
About what?
About 30 Deep, when you said it was a group and then you hesitated. What were you about to say?
It was a group of guys that ran in and out of stores stealing blue jeans.
Is it fair to call that group of guys that do what you just described a gang?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. Don't answer that, please. Do you have personal knowledge that Lil Woody was a part of 30 Deep?
No, I do not.
Okay. When Deshawn and Lil Woody ended up breaking up, did they continue a co-parenting relationship that worked?
As long as he was out of jail.
Okay. Did you know the group that you described Lil Woody to be around ever to be known as the Blue Jean Bandits?
I think the media gave him that name.
Sustained.
Do you know the name of Blue Jean Bandits?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Sustained.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm sorry, what you say?
May we approach, Your Honor, on the last ruling briefly?
You may. All right, you can proceed, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you know what kind of car Woody drove?
Woody
At
didn't
that
own
time.
a car.
Okay. Did he operate one from time to time?
You know, probably had plenty of people probably gave him their car, but I don't think he actually owned the car.
Okay. You earlier said that you didn't want Woody to spend the night at your home. Were there times that you found out that he did?
Yes.
And based on the frequency of him being at the house, strike that. I want to ask that question, Your Honor. Have you heard of a person by the name of Demise McMullen, or AKA Nard?
I heard of a Nard.
Okay. And have you ever seen him around the area of 88 Venera Avenue?
Your Honor, I'm gonna probably need some clarification as to when witnesses, does he know the
Sustained.
Nard?
Do you understand? the
I do
objection?
understand.
Okay.
How do you know Nard?
I couldn't hear you.
That's not the objection, and that doesn't address the issue. The issue would be whether or not the person he knows as Nard is the other
Okay.
name mentioned by the prosecutor.
All right. I'll ask a foundational question, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you know Nard that you're speaking of to be one of the defendants in this case?
No.
Okay. Is that a no, you don't know for certain, or is that a no, that is not the person you're talking about?
That is not the person I'm talking about.
Okay. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Are there defense questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
No. All right. Mr. Yarborough, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
State Cross Janice Maryweather.
Yes, I do. My name is Janice Maryweather, JANICE MERRIWEATHATR.
Good morning, Ms. Maryweather.
Good morning.
Do you have a son by the name of, do you have a son by the, did you have a son by the name of Kenneth Hurst, AKA Kenny Boo?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Hurst have any children prior to his passing?
Yes.
How many children did he have?
6.
And do you have any other children?
No, those are my only son.
Do you have any daughters?
Adopted daughters, yes.
All right. Do you have any more grandchildren?
No.
Okay.
I have 2 great grands.
Okay. And was there a time that you resided at 193 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
And just a brief moment, Your Honor. Do you know Wakithia Brock?
Yes.
And who is that to you?
My grandkids' mother.
Okay. And how many grandchildren did she give you?
4.
And what is her relationship to Kenneth Hurst?
Was his girlfriend.
Okay. And I want to ask you a few questions, Ms. Maryweather. Do you recall your home being shot up on January 12th, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall law enforcement coming out that day in reference to such activity?
Like I said, I can't remember. The only time I remember was 2015.
Yes, that's the date I just referenced, January 12th, 2015.
That might have been it.
Okay. It's fair to say it's been a while since that
Yeah.
date. Yes, ma'am. And on that day of January 12th, 2015, what were you doing when your house was shot up?
In the bed.
Okay. Were you asleep?
Yes.
And was it early morning?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you heard the shots ring out and hit your home, what, if anything, did you do at that time?
Got on the floor.
Okay. And was anyone else home with you at that time?
Yes.
Who was with you at home?
Charlisa Gaines, Lucille Moore, and Charlisa kids.
Who is Charlisa Gaines?
My adopted daughter.
Okay. And who is Lucille Moore?
My mother.
Okay. And do you recall about how long the shots rang out?
How long did they?
Yes, ma'am.
Say that again.
Yes, ma'am. Did the shooting last a long time or a short time?
It lasted a pretty long time to shoot up my house.
Yes, ma'am. Which of your grandchildren were there at that time?
He was a baby Cam.
Okay. And was there a time during that, before or after that shooting, that Charlisa came to the home, if you recall?
Charlisa came to the home. I think it was before the shooting. I'm not. I think it was before the shooting.
Okay. Did she come after the shooting occurred to pick up her children?
No. Was it before or after? It had to be before the shooting.
Okay.
Because he had to get on the floor too.
And when, after the shots were fired, do you know who called the law enforcement?
I called them then.
And did they respond to your home? Did they come?
Yeah, they came.
And
came.
Okay. Do you recall if the shot sounded like a handgun or a bigger gun?
A bigger gun.
When you say a bigger gun, do you say, does it sound like it went in rapid succession?
Yeah, like that.
Okay. Was anyone hurt as a result of the shooting?
No, nothing but my house.
And when you say your house, what property outside of the structure of the home was affected?
My windows.
Okay.
My furniture, my dining room, my TVs, my washroom, bedroom.
Right. Do you recall your home being shot up a second time on Do you recall if on February 10th, 2015, if there was anyone, excuse me, I'll rephrase. Do you recall on February 10th, 2015, if law enforcement came to your house that second time?
Back of my house.
And prior to these first and second shootings of your home at 193 Hendricks Avenue, had anything like that ever happened at your home before?
No,
Okay. Do you know who would have done such a thing to your home?
no, I don't.
Okay. Was anyone present inside your home? I know you said you were gone, but was anyone else present inside your home on February 10th, 2015, when the second shooting occurred?
I don't know because I wasn't there.
Just a few questions. A few more questions for you, Mrs. Maryweather. How long have you lived at the location that we're talking about, your home?
Ever since 1993.
I am now marking for identification purposes. State's Exhibit 200 D. I am approaching the witness with the same information, Your Honor. I'm showing you now, Ms. Maryweather, State's Exhibit 200 Delta Delta Delta. What is it that you're looking at in this exhibit?
Food table.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Food table.
Your Honor, at this point. Sure. Been shown already to defendants prior and shown again today, which is identified already as State's Exhibit 200 Delta Delta Delta. And before departing from you, Mrs. Maryweather, you stated that this is a pool table. And is this pool table the one that you stated that used to be in the back of your home depicted in State's Exhibit 200 Delta Delta Delta? And do you see any persons in State's 200 Delta 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 that you can identify by name?
Can I hold it?
Yes, ma'am. All right.
My son, Kenneth Hurst.
Okay. Do you see anyone else in this photo
I
that
don't
you
know the rest of
recognize?
those.
Is it common, and let me ask this question, does this picture fairly and accurately represent the back of your home as you remember it to be when the pool table was there. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit into evidence States Exhibit 200 Delta Delta Delta.
It's admitted.
I'm going to leave this here with you and just ask you a few more questions. How often, if you can recall, would your son be in the back playing pool?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
It's relevant, Your Honor. It's relevant, Your Honor. It's hopefully the state's hope is that it will be developed with the questions that follow.
I'll give you a couple of questions to establish that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Just a brief moment, Your Honor. Miss Maryweather, did you post this picture that has been depicted as States Exhibit 200 Delta 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 to social media?
No, I don't know nothing about no social media.
All right. Just a few more questions, Miss Maryweather. Do you know a person by the name of Kenneth Copeland, also known as Lil Woody?
Yes,
How do you know him?
my grandkid uncle.
Okay. There was someone that brought you in the courtroom today and helped assist you to get positioned where you're currently seated. Is that the same person that you're talking about named Lil Woody?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you known Lil Woody?
It's been a while.
Okay. Has he ever been over your home?
Yeah, he used to come now.
Okay. Does he still come?
No.
Okay.
My son ain't that what he gonna come for?
All right. And Mrs. Maryweather, lastly, does this conclude your involvement with this particular case?
Do what now?
Is that all that you have to offer the jury at this time?
That's all I know. My son was killed. That's all I know.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are there defense questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Yes.
No questions, but I would like to.
Okay. Do I need to keep the witness? Okay. Miss Maryweather, thank you for your time and you are excused. And y'all can approach. Right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard that Miss Maryweather's son had been killed, and I just want to let you know that at this point in time, it does not appear that that has anything whatsoever to do with this case, okay? All right, call your next witness. All right.
Raise your right hand. Stand for the testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth.
Yes.
Spell your first and last name for loudly into the mic for the court's please.
Ashley Edwards, ASHLEY EDWARDS.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Has your name changed recently?
It did in 2016.
And what was it prior to your name being Edwards now?
Clay.
And why was it changed?
I got married.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Was there ever a time that you worked for the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And in what capacity did you work for the Atlanta Police Department?
I was a Zone 3 officer, Zone 3 police officer from 2013 to about 2015. And then I was a school detective for about a year.
All right. Do you currently work in the law enforcement field?
No.
And when did you leave?
2016.
And were you post-certified the entire time that you were with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
What was the title that you left the Atlanta Police Department with?
School detective.
I want to direct your attention to the date of January 11th, 2015. Do you recall responding to the address of 88 Ventura Avenue on that day?
Yes.
And around what time were you dispatched to that?
I don't remember the time. I worked the overnight shift. So I remember it was dark, so it was at nighttime.
In what county is that address situated?
That would be Fulton.
And what reason were you dispatched to that address?
I remember it was a call that I believe it was the neighbors that called and said they heard gunshots, like a lot of gunshots, consecutive. And so those multiple calls came in and led us to that address.
Okay. And did you actually, in fact, arrive to that address?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see when you got there?
There were like a lot of bullet holes around the foundation of the house in the front.
And had you ever been called out to that address before?
No, not that I recall.
And when you got there, did you see any people outside?
No, not that I recall.
Were you the first responder?
Yes.
And who resided at that address, if you know?
There was only a male there when I got there.
Do you recall if his name was Emmett Yarbrough?
I don't recall that, but I mean that's what was in the report, so that would have had to been the name he gave.
And do you recall what is located at the address? Is it a home, a commercial building?
A house.
Okay. And do you recall his demeanor?
I don't. I mean, he seemed like kind of maybe nervous or scared. I mean, his house had just got shot up.
Okay. And was he injured at all?
No.
Did you check the area to see if any other homes were affected by any gunfire?
Once backup arrived, we did walk up and down the street to make sure there were no other houses or people hit.
Okay. What, if anything, did you learn?
No, I don't believe any other homes were hit. We spoke to some neighbors that just heard the gunshots.
I'll ask you first. Without saying what anyone said, did you observe anyone hurt?
No.
Did you observe any homes affected by the gunfire?
Not that I recall.
Other than the 88 Veneer Avenue?
Right.
Do you know if did you see any shell casings at that location? location at that time?
I don't recall any. I think I remember like when the crime scene techs got there, they were picking up shell casings. I can't say that I really recall myself seeing any.
Okay. Was a crime scene technician called out to that location to process the scene?
Yes.
And do you recall if the person's name by any chance?
The crime scene technician? I don't.
And did you include any mention of or any collection of shell casings in your report, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Did that pretty much conclude your involvement with this particular matter?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, say yes, no further questions.
Any questions for this witness?
Thank you, no questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
At this time, the state now calls Renee Charleston to the stand.
Okay.
Renee G. Charleston, Renee, the letter G, Charleston, Charleston.
All right. Are you employed?
No,
Okay. Was there a time that you were employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
yes,
And how long were you employed with them?
22 years.
And in what capacity did you work for the Atlanta Police Department?
Crime scene,
All right. When did you leave?
2017.
Why did you leave?
I retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you retire in the official capacity as, were you ever promoted during your time?
I retired as crime scene supervisor.
I want to direct your attention to the day of February the 10th, 2015. And I am going to approach the witness at this time to retrieve state's exhibits 1 Delta M to state's exhibits 50 Delta M, which are already shared in the discovery process and have been placed before the witness. Would you take a second to answer a few questions? Ms. Charleston, have you had a chance to review the state's exhibits that are before you, prior to coming in today?
Yes, sir.
And do those state's exhibits 1 Delta M through 1 Delta 49, 149 Delta M fairly and accurately, what are they?
They are my crime scene photos for that day. Not for that day, for that damage to property on Hendricks Ave.
Okay, all right. And do those photos that you took fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as it was on the day that you took them?
Yes, sir.
And state now moves to admit states exhibits 1 Delta 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 M through 49 Delta 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 M.
They're admitted.
I am now putting before you states exhibit 50 Delta Delta M. What is that, crime scene tech, Charleston?
This is my crime scene report.
And how do you know it's your crime scene report?
This is the one that I generated when I did my report with my photos and what was done on the crime scene.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you authored it on or about February 10th, 2015?
Yes.
State now moves to admit states exhibit 50 Delta 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 M into evidence. May we approach now?
Do we need to approach for that? Sustained.
Okay, all right. State now publishes states exhibits.
She may, of course, use the report if she needs to her testimony.
You can see on the screen before you crime scene tech Charleston that states 1 Delta 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 M is published on the screen. Is this the location to which you responded to on February 10th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
And now publishing the next state's exhibit. Do you see the address number in this next exhibit, which is 17 DDDM?
Yes.
Okay. What is the address listed on this photo?
193.
Do you see any defects to the home in this photo? And you can utilize either one, the hard copies or the electronic before.
Okay. Right here, I see the address. That's the main thing that I was doing on this one.
Okay. Now publishing the next state's exhibit, 2 Delta 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 M. What is it?
A vehicle in the driveway of the home.
And if we could zoom in a little bit on the vehicle, do you see any defects to this vehicle?
Defects in the front of the vehicle. Yes, sir.
Can you count out as many as you can see at this, from this view?
If you back it up some, you can see even more. Okay, there's defects below the driver's light. You can see some by the Chevy emblem. And then if you go up some, the top up over the windshield.
Where the cursor is currently positioned to the right of it?
There's one right there and then to the top, the very top.
Going to publish state's exhibit 5 and skip past right there, state's 5. Is that the defect that you were speaking about in state's exhibit 5, Delta Delta M, that you were describing to the top of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Going to publish state's exhibit 7, DDM. Why would you take this picture of this portion of the house?
There's a defect in the house to the right of the window from what I can see. Yes.
See the cursor is pointing?
Yes, sir.
Is that where you're describing the defect?
Yes, sir.
Now showing you state's exhibit 11, DDDM. When you took this picture, crime scene tech, Charleston, what was the goal? What did you have in mind?
There's a defect in the trunk of the tree, And
utilizing the cursor, can you see where the you go down a little bit, Ms. Knight, do you see it where the defect is now that it's zoomed in?
Yes,
And is it around where about where the cursor is?
yes,
moved? Thank you. All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 12, Delta, 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 M. All right. As to this photo, do you see any defects to this portion of the home?
yes.
How many do you see?
1, 2 that I can, 3.
Okay. And now going to turn your attention to the next State's Exhibit, which is 13, DEDM. What about in this photo? Do you see any defects that you noticed when you took this photo?
Yes, there's one above the hinge and one to the siding below the, if you come below in that picture. Right there.
Now showing you State 16, DDDM. And just a moment, looks like our technology. All right. Okay, we're back online. And when you took this picture, next to the refrigerator,
Yes,
okay, whereabout? Do you see any defects where the cursor was moved?
yes.
And is that the front, back, or side of the refrigerator that you noticed?
Facing the refrigerator on the right side.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 19. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes, right around the cursor.
Okay. And at this point, are you inside the home or still outside?
Inside the home.
Showing you State's 23 DDDM. All right. As to this photo, where did you take this picture?
Looks like the, let me go back. Maybe the living room, I'm not sure. Those are kitchen curtains, but
And do you see any defects, any property or objects inside the home in this photograph?
yes,
All right. Where do you see them?
to the left of the curtains and in the, there's a defect in the television.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 26, DDM. When you took this photograph, where in the home are you? Living room?
That's a defect in a china cabinet.
Did you see any defects that in this particular photograph, or on this particular property, that drew your attention?
Yes,
Whereabouts?
at the top and there's something in the top which is not showing in this photo. And then below the glass, yes.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 31 DDD. We're skipping around. And while you're filming, is it fair to say that some of the photographs that you take are kind of duplicative or similar?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now showing you State's 31 DDDM. Do you see any defects in the kitchen area that is depicted in this exhibit?
Yes, where the cursor is. And in the cabinet.
And we are transitioning now to State's 33 DDDM. And here, CST Charleston, why would you take this photo?
There is a projectile and a colander, which was on the kitchen counter. Yes.
All right. Generally, as you process the crime scene, what all did you find damaged in this particular case? Generally, as you processed it into pictures.
I found damage throughout the house.
And you can refer to your report if necessary to kind of speak about it in general, which is State's Exhibit 50DDDM.
There were damage to the outside as well as inside of the house and the truck.
And as to the ballistic evidence that was found, specifically the projectile that's still on the screen in 33 DDDM, did you collect it?
I may have placed it in the envelope and handed it to the officer, but I did not take possession.
Okay, who took possession?
Officer.
Yes, do you know by name the officer, and is it listed in your report?
It says Officer King took possession of the projectile.
Just a brief indulgence. Do your photographs that you took on that day reflect all of the damage that you observed at the location when you responded to it on February the 10th, 2000?
Yes.
And did that pretty much conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
And when I say this case, are you speaking of agency number 1504107?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. We know whether lunch is here. All right, we're going to break for lunch at this time, and we have a few matters to take up during the lunch hour. So I'm going to give you, if the jury can be back at 1:15.
All right, for the jury.
A couple of questions. Y'all had, when we were reviewing witnesses, told me, or told everybody that Officer Clay was only going to be called if the homeowner didn't recall things, and then he seemed to have recalled everything. So did we really need her? Probably not. Okay, and then I assume, so I know Officer or Crime Scene Tech Charleston is on your witness list, but not for this week. So did you let the defense know that this person was going to be called out of order? Or out of the expected order? Okay, all righty. And then I was promised that a bunch of these people would be, on and off. And yesterday that seemed to be the case, and that was fantastic. And we've taken a whole lot longer with some of these witnesses today. So let's try to get back to kind of how we were yesterday, okay? All right. And then let's make sure we've got our witness ready to come in when the other witness is finished. All right, so we needed to turn to the issue of the 2 letters. Did y'all have an opportunity to figure out whether those were served in discovery? Take the lunch and then come back early? All right, we'll do that. So why don't we break until 12:45 and then be back at 12:45? All right, thank you. Yeah.
Because I'd like to use my lunch productively. The state, and I'm going off, I'm giving my best rendition. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. The state in the latest Dropbox shared with me about 24, and these are pictures and materials that have not been litigated before. These were kind of added with these added witnesses. So we never litigated these in non-jury days. They shared with me approximately 20 pictures from the Tiara Jones case. And I do have a strong objection about one of the pictures, but I'm also, to my knowledge and belief, we have not been given through discovery like the case file for Tiara Jones. So I understand the state's planning on introducing 20 photos, which I have a problem with, at least one of them. But I would like access to like the full, because I might want to use pictures from that case.
Okay.
And I would like to see pictures other than the ones that the state has decided that they want to use.
All right, can y'all provide the entirety of the police file to the defense on that case? Thank you. And how quickly can y'all do that? Okay, perfect. You'll have it momentarily.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? All right, see y'all back at 12:45. Never mind, that Mr. Matthews is gone. I'll ask when he comes back. can't hear you.
Your Honor, there were portions of the Tierra Jones case served in discovery. The pictures were served on May 22nd, 2023. The recordings were served in discovery 12. I'm trying to find the exact date of when. And so the pictures were served in May 22nd, 2023. And there were some initial reports served on that same date, not the lead detective's report, but like,
Okay, so
all reports.
great. I was actually asking about the letters.
So
that
the
were
letters-
things that were brought up this morning.
So it doesn't appear that either letter was served.
All right, then y'all don't intend to use those, right? Okay.
So I'm just trying to sort everything out before we have a jury in here. I'm trying to understand, my client gave a statement as a victim.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the state, I understand the state's not intending to use the letters. Is the state intending to use my client's statements at all?
I think Mr. Shar asked me that yesterday, and I advised that we will not be using, we don't intend to play his statement. We do intend to add the detective, whether or not Mr. Stillwell made a statement, how many statements he made, 2 at the hospital, 1 3 days later, one about a month and a half later. In the second interview, he gave more details about the incident in which he was a victim. And my intentions, so I can complete the story and make sure that the jury understands that he subsequently recanted that statement. But that is what's in that letter that I provided to Mr. Shard last night. That second letter, he recants everything he told the
The
police.
second letter that Mr. Shard has never until last night gotten notice of.
Correct. And so we cannot put that in, but I would thought that Mr. Shard would want the jury to know that his client took that back or took his statement back. But if he does not, we have no issue not talking about the second letter.
So my understanding of the rules of evidence, first of all, I agree, and I appreciate that the letter's not coming in because it was not provided in discovery. But my understanding of the rules of evidence, I don't know why, these are no ways admissions. These are statements my client made about, I'm going to say a wholly unrelated incident. I know it's part of this story, but he was a victim in a case.
Uh-huh.
So from my perspective, this is all hearsay. And Your Honor, just to give you a little bit, there's parts in this statement where my client is saying, I didn't see anything. I don't know who did this.
Right.
The investigators are sitting in the room saying, well, give us 3 names, give us 3 names. And he's like, I didn't see it. Give us 3 names.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's the type of police work that quite honestly leads to, in the 3 names that were eventually given, weren't the 3, I think one of the 3 was the same people charged. 2 of the 3, I don't believe were ever charged. So it's like, they were just like, give 3 names. And then I'm looking at photo lineups, and he didn't even, and when he was looking at the photo lineups, he didn't even say, oh, this is the person that did it. He's just like, yo, that's Shelkel, that's so-and-so. So I don't even think it was a recantation, but I don't want any of my client's statements, the contents of which, and I understand the state has told me they don't plan on playing it, but I don't want them to ask about the contents of it.
To be clear, Your Honor, because I think some things are getting conflated. In the first interview that Mr. Stillwell gave at the hospital, he said he didn't see anything. Second interview, he was asked to give names. He did not give any names. He didn't say anything. Again, he gave no names in the second interview. It wasn't until November 2nd when Mr. Stillwell asked on his own to speak to the investigators.
Mhm.
He told the investigators everything that happened, and then he provided names at that juncture. There was no pressure of just give me 3 names. None of that occurred in the third interview. The state believes that that is still a party opponent statement, that he is still a party opponent in this case, This is a statement that he made to law enforcement regarding an incident that occurred to him as a victim. So, Your Honor, we still believe under the rules of evidence, it would come in as a party opponent statement. That is what we are operating under. It doesn't have to be inconsistent. It is his statement that he has previously given to law enforcement about something which he was a victim. So that is the evidentiary rule that we intend to introduce this statement under. And again, asking questions about the statement, not playing the statement.
And then do you intend to do something about him allegedly later having said what I told you in November, I no longer stand by that now, or whatever he might have said?
The state intended to ask not this detective, because this detective was unaware of the recanting.
I don't know
However,
what you mean by this detective.
the detective investigator Griffin, who was the lead detective on the
Uh-huh.
homicide, he was unaware of it. However, investigator Dennis was aware that his client, that Mr. Stillwell recanted. And so it was my intention to ask about whether or not Mr. Stillwell took that statement back subsequently. I didn't intend to ask that question.
Okay, and you're saying that this is all, I guess, a statement or an admission by a party opponent because you're offering it against Mr. Stillwell? And how is it against Mr. Stillwell?
Your Honor, when Mr. Stillwell was shot at, this was all a part of this gang war that we have been discussing.
Okay, I mean, do you have any evidence of that?
The individuals who were charged are members of the opposition gang.
And when did it occur?
This occurred on the early morning hours of September 26, 2015.
Has anybody been convicted?
Yes.
Okay, so members of an opposing gang were convicted of this shooting?
Yes, one individual, I believe, pled earlier this year.
Okay, and did Mr. Stillwell, when he gave the November statement, identify any of those people?
He did.
How many?
He identified 3, and I need to confirm. I know one person, Mr. Hardy, I believe, is the one who took the plea earlier this year or last year.
And are those 3 people the people that ended up charged?
I know Mr. Hardy was one. I need to see if I know Mr. Hardy, Mr. Watts, and there's a third person. Mr. Watts, after further investigation, the case was dismissed against him. And then the second individual, I just need to confirm whether or not he was ultimately charged and the case was resolved. But out of the 3 people he identified, Mr. Hardy has taken a plea. The second individual, I think, is Mr. Ward. I have to confirm whether or not he took a plea. And then Mr. Watts was not. He later, after Mr. Sprinkle did further investigation, Mr. Watts was not charged with ultimately was not charged with the homicide.
So
Your
when
Honor,
he recanted,
So
what did he say?
I'm sorry.
When he recanted, what did he say?
Let me pull up the letter. He said he was pressured and that everyone that he said did it didn't do it. He didn't know who did it. And the letter came after members of the opposition gang, I guess, received a discovery package. And in the lead detective's report, the lead detective said that Mr. Stillwell made identifications. And so they posted it all over social media. And so it was after that posting that Mr. Stillwell recanted. And also my understanding is there may have been some altercations while Mr. Stillwell was in the Fulton County Jail that also led to Mr. Stillwell recanting that
Okay,
statement.
and 2 of the 3 people about whom he recanted ended up with their cases either dismissed or not pursued?
One definitely was not pursued. I am trying to confirm the second individual.
Just to give you a little context, Your Honor, this murder of Tiara Jones happened at about 11:45 p.m. on a dark road, and a car sped up behind the car and started shooting. I don't know. I mean, this case would have been a defense attorney's dream to defend the Tierra Jones sad case, but I mean, because there would be no indication that Mr. Still would have seen anything. It was after the police were saying, "Give us 3 names, give us 3 names, give us 3 names." Then he gives 3 names, and
Well,
I think
mean, except a whole month went by.
I understand, and then I think one or maybe 2 of them were charged, but I think it was only one of them. I think it was only Bobby Hardy. I believe it was only Bobby Hardy that was charged. So, I don't see the relevance. Ultimately, I mean, I have a lot of arguments, but ultimately, I don't see the relevance of any of this. My client being in the car, I see that as relevant, but I don't see the relevance of my client's statements to the police regarding this matter.
It's relevant because he identified members of the opposition gang who did the crime. And so that is why it is
I don't know
relevant.
if you can say the who did the crime part, since even y'all seem to have decided that some of them didn't in fact do the crime.
He ID'd 3 members. So what's
He
relevant?
ID'd 3 members of an opposite gang, and then he later said, "No, I take that back."
Right. And he did that after the opposite gang posted on social media. So all of that, when we're talking about gang evidence and recanting and snitching, all of that is relevant for the jury when a young woman is murdered innocently as an innocent bystander. And there's more evidence than just a car pulling up on the side of a dark road. It starts at a gas station where Mr. Stillwell tells the police he sees some of these individuals at the gas station. There's surveillance video. So there's a number of other pieces to it. To truncate it, we were solely going to talk about Mr. Stillwell, what he told the police that he saw and what he observed, and the fact that the individuals who he identified were members of the opposite gang, that there were individuals arrested. There will be subsequent evidence that will come in that, and I don't know if that part is relevant of who actually pled or not, but the fact of the matter is these people, it's who he identified, that was the opposition gang. You're right. And that is relevant in this grand scheme of talking about the back and forth that was happening between January and ultimately October, once most of these defendants that we've been discussing were arrested in 2015.
Well, I think we need to be careful about when we say who Mr. Stillwell said did this as well. And I reviewed the transcripts last night. I've reviewed the videos several times. But my understanding of what happened during the 3rd interview where identifications were made was that Mr. Stillwell spoke about seeing Mr. Hardy in the parking lot outside JJ's Chicken. He said he saw him there.
Mm-hmm.
And so they say, okay, we have some, and that makes sense to the detectives. Oh, Mr. Hardy, who they're calling him Smoke, I think, is at JJ's Chicken right before the car gets shot up. That makes sense to them. So they say, we have some we have some lineups we'd like to show you. And they read him the lineup admonition, and they show it to him, and he's like, that's Hardy. I think he calls him Smoke. And he identifies Shell Kel and Merle, I think is the other guy. Those other 2 individuals, to my recollection and from the transcript that I read, he never says they did
These
anything.
are the people that shot me. He just
He
says,
just says, I identified
this
them.
is this person, this is
Right.
this person. What do you say to that?
Context of him telling the story of what happened. So that's something that they can cross about.
I
But
need to look at the interview and the letters.
no, the state did not intend, Your Honor, the state intended to ask Investigator Griffin, did you meet with him twice? Did he give you any information at those 2 times? Did he eventually meet with you again? Did he provide more information about it? Did he eventually tell you who he thought was involved? Did he make identifications? Who did he make identifications to? After that, did you
Okay,
learn-
but did he make identifications of, I know this person and this person versus identifications of these are the 3 people that shot me? That's 2 different things.
The context of the interview is.
So I need to look at it then.
This into a whole nother trial within a
Right.
trial.
But we don't, Your Honor, literally, the state was going to have Investigator Griffin on the stand ideally for about 20 minutes, if that. So it's not turning in it's a 25-minute interview, Your Honor. I believe Investigator Griffin won't come until tomorrow morning, so we can send the interview over to the court. You can review it. It's a 25-minute interview for the court to review, but that's not the state.
To the portion that you maintain is him saying, these are the 3 people that did it, and then send me the letter that is the alleged recantation.
I can send you the recantation, but I
And
think
do
the
it
court.
quickly, because honestly, I don't want to spend the entirety of my evenings doing this case.
I don't think that the court can only look at the specific portion, because I think you need to see the entire video to understand how the identification came about. I don't think that the specific 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after will give the court that context that I think you will need when he does the identification. So that is the only reason why I'm suggesting that you watch the entirety of it so you can understand the context surrounding the identification.
Okay, send it to me now so that our next break, I can start watching it along with the letter, both of them.
I will send you both.
And Your Honor, I know they said Investigator Griffin's not coming tomorrow. If we need to wait till tomorrow on this, there's one picture that was shared in the Dropbox. And just to remind the court,
Okay.
these were things that were never brought up to discuss the issues with previously.
This
This
is
Dropbox.
as to this same crime or
Yes.
incident?
Yes,
And, all right,
but we've
what-
never litigated it.
Somebody send me the picture.
And there's a picture of essentially a young lady, Miss Jones, and it's horrible. And she's
After she's been shot.
bleeding from the face. She's halfway through a windshield, and her body appears to be burned. She's unrecognizable.
Okay.
And
it's
And the objection would be?
403, prejudicial. I know that my client is not accused of doing this to Miss
Right.
Jones, but ultimately the
But,
state
yeah.
is
Oh,
holding him
but
responsible.
for him being in the car, this wouldn't have happened to her.
Your Honor, the state did not intend to publish that picture. The state didn't intend to introduce it because unfortunately that is what happened. So the state did not intend to publish it. The state did intend to introduce it, but I will send the court the picture so you can see all of the pictures that the state
Well,
intended to.
If it's introduced, then it would be going back with the jury.
Yes, the jurors will see
Well-
it at some later time, but I didn't intend to
Let me
publish
see
it.
the picture. Somebody send it to me now. Is there some other way to get in evidence that this woman was killed in the car crash that followed the shooting? That's what happened, right?
It's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That fact, right?
Yes, Detective Dennis testified to
I
that.
mean, I'm going to sustain that objection to that picture. It's unnecessarily.
So do you want me to send
gruesome.
it or no?
No, don't worry about it.
Your Honor.
All right, so that takes care of the picture. Yes.
While you're, what I'm not appreciating is Mr. Williams has a right to then confront and cross-examine Mr. Shannon Jackson because this is confrontation clause. It is the police, it's a victim, from what I understand, identifying people in a criminal case. That's testimonial.
And
So-
what's the state's response to that? I mean, I guess if you are only having it elicited that he made a statement where he identified, how far is it going to go?
The state's intentions, was Mr. Stillwell the victim in a crime? Did you speak to him? Was he able to tell you who he believed to be involved in the incident? Who were those individuals? What
Okay.
occurred? I was going to ask him, what did he tell you happened? They were in the car, it
All
flipped
right,
over.
and so then what do you say about the confrontation clause issue?
Your Honor,
That's clearly testimonial. And it's hearsay. And it might be an admission by a party opponent. But that would be only as to him, really.
And we could do a limited instruction as to him. I mean, he's the victim in the case, so we have to, it's not a crime, it's not a part of the conspiracy. He's the victim of a case. If it only has to be used against him to say that he was the victim, then we can have a limited instruction that
Well, but you're not just using it to show that he was the victim.
we are showing that it was a part of the gang war, but that he was the victim in this case. Earlier, a few weeks ago, we brought in the other shooting that involved Mr. Stillwell, where he was shot a few weeks prior to this at Glen Street.
And did any of his statements come in at that point?
No.
All
Your
right, well
Honor, no,
then, that's not really the comparable.
Your Honor, if I could just have a moment to research that particular issue to
All right.
see if he can come in some other way.
And just for completeness, I also include in the confrontation clause, the quote, recantation.
Yeah, I mean, that, which frankly is more than to just show he was a victim, because once you get into the, oh, and then something got posted on social media, and oh, then he went back and said something different, you know, that further complicates things. By the way, it appears that Carter, Hardy, and Ward all pled to some charges in that case. Those were not the people that he named.
No.
Okay.
He named Hardy. I'm not sure about Ward because it was a nickname, but he named 3 people, and one of them was Shell Kell, who's Kelvin Watts.
Well, okay.
He named Hardy and Merrill, who was Ward. The only person he did not name was Carter, and he named Watts. And like I said, after further investigation, Watts, I believe arrest warrants were taken out for Watts. That's what I need to confirm. But after the state did further, after the DA's office did further investigation, we did not indict Watts. We indicted Mr. Dominique Carter, also known as Stewie.
And y'all are saying that the only one that he said he thought had anything to do with this was Hardy? Not you, the state, you, the defense, sorry.
I understand the statement. He is saying that he saw Hardy talking to his girlfriend in the parking lot of JJ's Chicken shortly before they left.
So he never says that he thinks anybody did this shooting. He
Well,
just says, here are the circumstances leading up to it.
That's my understanding. And it would defy logic for him to have seen who the shooters were. It was a car sped up behind and started shooting in the windshield. And in his car, the car he
Right.
was
Well,
in.
I mean, he could have said he was at the JJ's Chicken in a blue Buick, and then I saw a blue Buick drive up again, you know, but I don't know if that's what happened or
He
not.
said the car was, he thought it was a newer model car because of the style of lights, is my recollection of what he said.
And does he tie a car he saw at the JJ's
I don't believe
Chicken
so.
with a?
I don't
no.
believe so.
Okay.
I think we have different understandings of the video, Your Honor. I just think once we do the research on the confrontation clause issue, then I believe we're sending over the interview to the court, or it's already been sent.
Okay.
All 3 were sent. It is just the 3rd video. It's both audio and video recorded using evidence reviewer.
Okay. And then the letter also needs to get sent. And this is a letter that y'all never got until yesterday.
Letter I never received till yesterday. And
Okay, so it seems problematic, even if you don't introduce the letter, to introduce essentially the contents of the letter.
My team is double checking something for me. Supplemental Discovery 11. I'm confirming whether or not this was the entire case file. So if you can give me one moment, I'm trying to confirm this is the entire case file.
Okay, well, are we in 2 minutes ready for the jury? Got your next witness lined up? Mr. Matthews, on a scheduling matter, actually two scheduling matters. All right, y'all want to get your next witness in? Great. All right, we ready for the jury? Okay. Yes, yes, okay. Where did all of the? All right, thank you. Who's going to be handling this witness? Mr. Brown?
Yes.
All right. Oh, can you swear the witness? Thank you.
Rodney Sturkey.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Sturkey. Where are you from?
Atlanta,
And where do you currently live?
in Clayton County.
And have you always lived there?
No,
Where did you live on January 13th, 2015?
I was standing up on Old Hickory Road by then.
Do you recall residing at an address of 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard in Atlanta?
Yes,
And how did you come to end up residing there?
a friend of mine,
Okay, who's your friend?
Bush.
Does he have a first name?
I don't know his first name.
Is that Bush a male or female?
It's a male,
And how do you know Mr. Bush?
my mechanic.
You said he's a mechanic?
Yes,
Oh, okay. And how long have you known?
years.
Years? Do you know him to be, in your knowledge, do you know him to be related to any defendants in this room?
No,
When did you move to 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard Southeast?
I can't recall the date.
Were you allowed to move in rent free?
No.
Okay. How much was your rent?
Sustained.
Can you use a mic, please? Thanks.
All right. And how long did you reside at that address?
About 3 days.
Was it did you rent the whole house or did you have just a room?
Just a room.
Okay. And Mr. Sturkey, what caused you to move?
I was moving either way I go. I was moving back to Jonesboro.
Okay. Do you recall that address of 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard being shot up on January 13th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please tell the jury what you remember about that incident, if you will?
Only thing I know, my van got hit twice. That was it.
And do you know if the actual home or actually the structure of the home was hit from your recollection?
No.
Okay. Were you hit by any bullets or gunfire?
No.
Okay. Were you actually even present at the time that the incident occurred?
I wasn't there.
Where were you at?
I was at work.
Okay. And what was your shift during that time?
Relevance, objection.
Sustained.
What time did you learn that the house was shot up?
Wow. 1 or 2.
Okay. And when you returned to the house that at 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard, what, if anything, did you see that morning?
That night morning?
Well, yes.
A police.
Okay. Did you see any like yellow tape or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Was it a lot or a few police?
Few.
Okay. Were you able to access the area where you were staying at that time?
No.
Okay. Why weren't you able to access it?
Hell, I don't know.
Okay. Were you stopped by anybody?
Yes, the police.
Okay. And at which time did you come to learn that it was your house that you were staying at during that stop? At what time did you come to learn that it was your home?
Around 1:30 in the morning.
Poor question. Let me ask a better question. When you arrived back at the home from work, were you able to freely go into the home?
No.
Okay. During which point did you learn at that time when you arrived at the house? I'll strike that question. I'll move on. Other than your van, was any other property that you own affected by the gunfire?
No.
Okay. And what type of vehicle did you own in terms of van?
It's a white van.
Okay. How long had you had it?
About 3 years.
Do you still have it?
No.
Were you able to move it that evening after you had learned that it was affected by the gunfire?
I moved it the next morning.
Okay. Did you, how long did you continue to reside at that home after that occurred? After the incident of the shooting incident occurred?
I left it part of the day.
Okay. My apologies. And when did you move, did you move your van that same night, or did you move it the next day as well?
Yes, and answer the question.
Sustained.
Right. Was your van still drivable after the bullets had impacted it?
Objection
Yes.
asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, that question wasn't asked.
Move on, please.
And do you know any of the person, do you know or have any idea who may have shot up your home on that day?
No.
And have you ever had anything like that happen at any place, at that place that you were staying? Excuse me. Before?
Sustained.
Don't answer that. And when you, after you moved, did you have any further involvement with this particular matter or incident as it relates to the 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard address shooting?
No further questions.
Any questions for this witness by the defense?
Thank you. No questions.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
So that's it, right?
That's it.
Okay, they're gonna stop all the threats, right? Because I'm gonna lost my job when they came to my job, threatening to lock me up.
Well,
So,
I am very sorry to hear that,
Yeah.
but you are
All right.
free to go.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State Officer Nelson.
Okay.
Sorry, Sergeant Nelson.
Nelson. Okay.
Name is William Nelson, William Nelson.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Nelson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where do you work?
I currently work for Sandy Springs Police Department.
And how long have you worked for Sandy Springs PD?
A little over 4 years.
Back in February 2015, where did you work?
I worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department. I worked Zone 3 Morning Watch.
All right. And what were those hours?
Overnight. I believe I got in at 8 p.m. until early morning.
Now, how long were you with APD's Morning Watch?
I was with them for a little over 2 years.
Now, based on your work with Zone 3 Morning Watch, are you familiar with the area of Daniel Street and where it intersects with University Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to turn your attention to February 10th, 2015. Did you respond to Grady Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And why did you respond?
I responded to a person's shot call.
Upon your arrival, what did you observe?
When I got on scene, I observed a silver Dodge Charger parked. It had visible damage to the door and windows, and then there was blood inside the vehicle.
Did you do a walk around?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what you did next.
After seeing the damage and the blood, I went inside to the hospital where I met with medical staff who pointed me in the right direction to find the victim.
Did you speak with the victim?
I did.
Who was the victim?
Kelvin Watts.
Without telling me what he said, did you speak with Mr. Did Mr. Watts tell you what happened?
Yes, sir.
Now, while speaking with Mr. Watts,
I noticed a laceration to the left side of his head, blood dripping down. He had what appeared to be a gunshot wound to his left arm, and he had another laceration on his left wrist.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you become aware of the location of where Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes, sir.
And where was that location?
McDaniel Street and University Avenue.
Do you know how Mr. Watts got to Grady Hospital?
He drove himself.
Sustained.
Officer Nelson, what did you do after you finished speaking with Mr. Watts?
After speaking, I went back downstairs outside to the vehicle, and we conducted a search of the vehicle.
What did the search yield?
We did not locate any shell casings or any weapons in the vehicle.
Sergeant Nelson, did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes, I did, sir, and just made a clerical error in my narrative. I put the wrong date.
What date did you put in your narrative?
January 2nd, 2015, and the correct date was February 10th, 2015.
So the incident date is?
February 10th, 2015.
Sergeant Nelson, did you make any arrests in this case?
Yes, sir. I arrested Mr. Watts. He had a warrant for his arrest for probation violation.
And did that complete your involvement with this case?
Yes, sir.
Where it's a appropriate moment now? Nothing in the refrigerator.
Any questions for this witness?
No questions. No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Thank you.
I really would appreciate if you had these people ready to walk in when the other witness walks out. I mean, it's usually not that big of a deal, but any bit of time that we can save in this trial would be helpful to everybody. Thank you. You got plenty of people working on this case who could be there ready at the door.
Yes.
Pronounce your first and last name. Spell your first and last name for the court, please.
First name Alice, A-L-I-C-E. Last name Flemister, F as in Frank, L-E-M-I-S-T-E-R.
Good afternoon, Ms. Flemister.
Good afternoon.
Are you employed?
I'm retired.
Okay, and where did you retire from?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long did you work for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
26 years.
And what did you do in your employment with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Crime scene supervisor.
And were you always a supervisor?
No.
Okay. When did you get your promotion to supervisor?
I got my promotion to supervisor in 1998.
And when is your time with the Atlanta Police Department end?
In 2019, July of 2019.
All right. And do you recall working on Tuesday, January 13th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall being dispatched to an address by 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. In what county is that address situated?
What county?
Yes, ma'am.
Fulton.
And do you know what is located at that address? A house, a commercial building?
A house.
Okay. And what do you remember about responding to that call?
What do I remember about responding to the call?
I received a call for a shots fired.
And when you got, do you recall what, if anything, you observed when you got to the location?
I observed the house. Upon speaking with the officers, I noticed there was some casings and some damages.
Okay. After you after you did that, made those initial observations, that is, did you process the crime scene?
Yes.
And what went into your processing of that crime scene?
What goes into the processing of the crime scene is that once I do my observation, I would then start to take the photographs of the scene. And once I photograph the scene, once I process the scene, which includes taking photographs of the scene, photographs of the evidence. If there's any evidence that is to be collected, I would then take photographs of the evidence. If there's any damages, I would take photographs of that. Once I finish that, then I would mark the evidence and collect the evidence.
You also prepare a crime scene record?
Yes.
All right. I am now approaching, well, with the court's permission, approaching
You
the
may.
state's exhibit 1DDDB, which has already been provided to defense and discovery. And Ms. Flemister, I have put before you what has been already identified as state's 1DDDB. What has been placed before you?
My crime scene report.
Okay. Does that crime scene report in front of you pertain to the crime scene that you responded to at 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard on January 13th, 2015?
Correct.
And does that report, well, is it the same or substantially the same as it was when you authored it at that time?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 1, Delta, 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 Bravo.
Bravo. All right, it's admitted without objection.
Mrs. Flemister, do you have crime scene, are there crime scene photos for this particular incident?
Are there crime scene photos for the incident that I took?
Yes.
Are they here?
No. Did you take them?
I did take them.
Have they been able to be located?
No.
Okay. But you did take some.
I did take photographs.
And the photos that you took, are those photos or their descriptions notated within that report?
Yes.
Okay. Utilizing the report that is before you, Mrs. Flemister, excuse me, would like to ask you a few questions. Based on that report, how many photographs did you take when you went to the
107.
And do you, within that crime scene record, note all of the descriptions of the angles and perspectives of those photos?
Yes.
And do you also note within the report or record before you any other such activity that you performed or did when you responded to that crime scene?
Yes.
Were there any projectiles recovered, excuse me, from the crime scene?
I refer to my report?
Yes.
One projectile.
Okay. And do you also note within that same report who the incident or responding officer is that went to this incident?
Yes.
Who was the responding officer?
Collins.
Just a few more questions. Mrs. Flemister, as it relates to this particular location, turning to what is the third page of your report, do you know any vehicles that were affected by defects or involved in this particular incident?
There was 2 vehicles.
Okay. Do you list them?
Yes.
What were they?
It was a 95 Ford This is EC2. The model in 83 Chevrolet.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the next 2 pages over in your report. And I want to note and direct your attention to what would be, I guess, item number 29. You see the description for that photo?
Overall showing the van and car.
Okay. I also would like to direct your attention just a page back, well, to the actually to the second page of your crime scene record. And on that page, do you list a name of any person related to this particular incident as a victim or homeowner?
Yes.
What is the name that is listed there?
Thaddeus Bush.
And how do you spell Bush?
B as in boy, U as in umbrella, S as in Sam, C as in Charlie, H as in hat.
Mrs. Flemister, how many shell casings did you recover from this particular crime scene incident?
How many did I recover?
Yes, ma'am. $25. And how many projectiles?
1 projectile.
And after you collected these items and took them into evidence, what did you perform any kind of testing on?
Once I collected the evidence, the test that I did on the casing, on the evidence, was latent print processing.
And with latent print processing that you conducted on these items, what was the result, if any, of that testing?
There were no prints of value lifted from the items.
Is it typical in your training and experience for that to be the result when it comes to shell casings or projectiles?
Yes.
Do you know why?
It's just rarely that you would get prints off those.
And after you collected those shell casings and that single projectile, is it in your normal routine to turn them over elsewhere, or do you keep them?
It is our process is once we process the evidence, we then turn it over to the APD crime lab.
I am now going to direct your attention to another date, and that is January the 14th, 2015.
Okay.
Do you recall working that day, Mrs. Phillips?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about that day?
Well, that was a rainy morning. It was a rainy morning, and I received a call to go out to shots fired call.
Okay. Excuse me. What was the address that you responded to on January 14th, 2015?
2738 Fair Lane Drive Southeast.
Okay. And in what county do you know that address to be located?
Fulton County.
All right. And upon your arrival, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you remember about what you saw at that time?
What I saw once I arrived, first of all, there was a lot of casings in the street. There was a car in the driveway, and it was a house.
And I'm now going to show you what has already been provided in discovery and is labeled as States Exhibits 1D, D, D, F through 57, D, D, E, F. And to put those before you, I want to ask you a question. Mrs. Flemister, have you had a chance prior to coming to court today to review those state's exhibits that have been identified just moments ago?
Yes.
And what do you know those exhibits to be that were just placed in front of you that you reviewed prior to coming to court?
It will show the location of the house. Also, it will show what I reviewed is the overall of the house, showing the car in the driveway, showing the shell casings that are in the street. It'll also show damages to the house.
Is it fair to say that those exhibits that were just identified by myself a few minutes ago are crime scene photographs that you took?
Yes.
All right. And are those crime scene photographs that are in front of you, do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as you remember it to be of the 2738 Fairlane Boulevard, Fairlane Drive, Southeast address that you responded to on January 14, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit the exhibits that have previously been identified and request permission just for select few to publish.
All right, they're admitted.
Right. Prior to publishing, I want to present you with another state's exhibit. Additionally, Your Honor, which has already been provided in discovery, with your permission, I will approach.
You may.
All right. It is identified as State's Exhibit 58, Delta, 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 Franco. And I want to ask you, Mrs. Flemister, have you had a chance to review that state's exhibit prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And what is that state's exhibit?
This is my crime scene report.
And does it contain anything different than does it contain a little bit more or less than what is identified in your crime scene photos in terms of information?
Everything is identical.
Okay. And does it fairly, well, is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you initially authored it?
Repeat.
Is it in the same, starting with that which is on the screen? Mrs. Flemister, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are seeing here in State's Exhibit 1, Delta, Delta, F?
What you're seeing in the photograph is the mailbox showing the address, the numeric address of the crime scene.
Okay. Turning to the next State's Exhibit. And if we could zoom in. On the last exhibit, the address was a little obscure. Can you see it completely here on this, the address number? What do you guys see those numbers?
2738.
And in this exhibit, do you see any damage to the front of this residence?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
I see damage to the front door.
And next State's Exhibit, please. All right, now showing you 44. Oh, we can go past that. All right, now showing you 2 Delta, 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 Franco. Mrs. Flemister, is this an overall view of the residence that you responded to?
Yes.
And does it capture one of the vehicles that you saw there that was affected by the gunshots on that day?
Yes.
All right, next exhibit. We can go to the next exhibit. State's Exhibit 4, Delta, 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 Franco. Mrs. Flemister, do you see any defects in the vehicle that is featured in this exhibit?
In the wing.
Okay, is it where the cursor is moving? It's just in back.
The defect is right here.
Okay, and when you say here, you're speaking on the windshield?
In the windshield to the right,
Okay,
right.
all right.
Come
All
over.
right, corner.
Come over,
All right, go to the right.
come over. Right here.
Okay, all right. Do you see any others on this windshield? For practice?
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay. And where do you see them?
to my left.
Okay,
Come over,
all right.
right here.
All right, and is there one, do you see anything in the top right-hand corner of that same windshield?
It is. Yes.
Okay, next state's exhibit, please. Showing you states 5 Delta, 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 Franco. Do you see any, is that a defect or is that something else on that windshield?
That is basically a close-up
Okay.
of the defects in the windshield.
All right. Is it fair to say that there are several other such defects to this vehicle that you would have captured with your crime scene photos on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning your attention to the next state's exhibit. The next one. One more. Are there other defects to this vehicle that you observed?
Yes.
And where do you see them, Mrs. Flemister?
The defects is on the driver's side, no, I'm sorry, passenger side front. Passenger side front fender. And then there's defects on the passenger side right door. There's a defect in the window. And then there's a defect in the right rear.
Okay, next state's exhibit, please. And is this just more of the same that you would have noted in the report related to this vehicle?
Correct.
Next exhibit, please. All right. Can you read off the license plate number associated with that vehicle?
The license plate number is C as in cat, A as in apple, Y2834.
And for the record, that is state's exhibit 1 for DDDF. Next state's exhibit, please. All right, next one. Next one. All right. Is this, what is this a photograph of, Mrs. Flemister?
It's showing a shell casing on the ground.
Would you have captured all of the shell casings that you noted, that you observed rather, in similar fashion with other photographs of this type?
Yes.
And for the record, this is state's exhibit 20 DDDF. Next state's exhibit, please. All right. Is it in your course of work when you were employed, did you normally put down placards?
Yes.
Is this such a representation of what you did on the date of the incident that you responded to?
Yes.
Okay. Next exhibit, please. And next exhibit. When it came to the home, did you find several defects to the home?
Yes.
And did you find defects inside the home?
Yes.
And in state's exhibit 45 DDDF, are we looking at a defect in the window panel or awning next to it?
Yes.
All right. Next state's exhibit. All right. Next exhibit. Next exhibit. Next exhibit. Is it fair to say that there were several defects in the outside exterior portions of the home?
Correct.
All right. Now showing you state's exhibit 49 DDDF. Is this what are we looking at here? What portion of the home is this, Mrs. Flemister?
This is an overall of the living room.
All right. Next exhibit. All right. And is this another such defect that you found only inside of the home in this exhibit?
This is a defect in the picture frame.
All right. And that is state's exhibit 50 DDDF. Next state's exhibit, please. State's exhibit 56 DDDF is showing, do you see any defects in this portion of the home? And if
if you don't mind me looking through.
Physical copy.
Yes.
Okay. And would you have taken, generally, as this photo, more pictures of the interior of the residence as wherever you found there to be defects, if you found them?
Yes.
All right. And Mrs. Flemister, I have just a few questions for you to follow up. As it relates to this incident, well, I want to backtrack. The 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard address where that first shooting that you testified about came from. What is the APD or Atlanta Police Department incident number associated with it?
Objection, relevance.
It's very relevant, Your Honor. It's compartmentalized so that it's not confusion to the jury.
Overruled.
You may reference your report.
Okay. The incident report for Ruby Harbor
Yes, ma'am.
is 150-130-123.
And as to your testimony, as to that incident, does that conclude your involvement with that particular incident?
Correct.
All right. What is the incident number associated for the shooting that occurred at the 2738 Fair Lane Drive, Southeast Atlanta address? What is the incident, APD incident?
150-140-391.
As to your testimony regarding that incident, does that summarize or complete your involvement with that case?
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Does the defense have any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State calls to the stand Ms. Lynette Robertson. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Ms. Robertson.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Have you been here before?
Yes.
All right. And we're here to talk to you about an incident. Well, let me ask you this. Did you work on January 11, 2015?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And do you recall being called out to an address of 88 Venera Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
It's possible.
Okay. I'm going to approach you. With the state's exhibits. And these exhibits have been provided in discovery already. And they are identified as so. State's Exhibit 1, Delta, Kilo, through.
Is that 3 Ds and then a K?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Through 138
All right.
of the same phonetic. All right. I'm going to start with those first and then transition to the second set. With respect to those that have been put before you just now, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you've had a chance to review those state's exhibits prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I just reviewed them.
Yes. And in reviewing them, are those exhibits that you recognize as your own work?
Yes,
Okay. And are those exhibits that have been identified just a few moments ago, do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene of 88 Venera Avenue as it was when you responded to it on January 11, 2015? If they're, you reviewed them, so
let's see, 88. I guess 88 is the address that you're referring to, but I don't see the.
oh, I see.
Okay.
I can direct your attention to State's Exhibit 2, DDDK. Is that what you're referencing or looking?
Yes.
Okay. And do those State's exhibits that you just flipped through briefly and that have been identified fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as it was when you responded to it on that day?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state now moves to admit those exhibits into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Yes, ma'am. I am now going to show you a second set, continuing in that same phonetic grouping, Your Honor. They are 140 DDDK through 247 DDDK. And Ms. Robertson, is it typical that sometimes when you are taking photographs, you have to put them on separate storage devices because there's so many of them?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that this is a second set of the same that were on a separate storage device?
Yes.
Okay. And do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the crime scene of 88 Venera Avenue as it was when you responded?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state now moves to admit the exhibits that have been just identified in evidence and request permission to publish a select few of those as well.
All right, admitted, and you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. I want to ask you a few questions, Ms. Robertson, related to you responding to 88 Venera Avenue. Do you recall, when you responded to that location, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed upon arriving?
When I responded to 88 Venera, from what I can see through my pictures, I saw a residence that was basically shot up, defects and projectiles and damages throughout the residence.
Okay. And did you capture with your time that you spent at that crime scene all of the defects that you observed in your photo roll?
Yes.
Okay. Did you collect any evidence from that crime scene at 88 Venera Avenue?
Yes.
And do you know what evidence you collected?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence did you collect?
Projectiles and cartridge casings.
Okay. Do you know how many? Or
I would have to refer to my report.
okay. I will now show you what has already been provided in discovery to the defense and previously shown to you and identified as State's Exhibit 139 DDDK. And I will put that before you. And when your memory has been refreshed, please look up at me and then we'll continue asking questions.
Okay.
What
My report, I collected 53 shell casings.
And did you collect any projectiles?
I collected 2 projectiles.
Okay. And did you do any type of testing or analysis on the items that were collected?
I processed projectiles and cartridge casings for latent fingerprints. None were located. And then submitted it into the crime lab for further processing.
Showing you briefly just a few select exhibits that have just been admitted from the phonetic grouping that was identified previously as 1 DDDK through 247 DDDK, starting with State's Exhibit 1 DDDK. Briefly, just a brief indulgence. Excuse me. Technologies. Okay. And while we're waiting, Ms. Robertson, when you collected those shell casings, when you photographed the shell casings, did you photograph them at the direction of anyone else, or did you do that alone?
I photographed at the direction of the investigators.
Excuse me. Now showing you what's been previously identified as State's 3 DDK. Is this the home to which you responded on the day in question of January 11th, 2015?
Yes.
Next State's exhibit. Is that the address or mailbox associated with that address?
Yes.
Next exhibit. Showing you State's 249 DDDK. And Ms. Robertson, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this an overview of the placards that you would normally put out?
Yes.
Yes. And is it fair to say that you would have also done the same for many other numbers associated with this particular shooting?
Yes.
All right. And are those placards nearby shell casings or projectiles that were eventually collected by yourself that evening?
Cartridge casings, yes.
Okay. Next State's exhibit. In this photo, which is State's Exhibit DDDK, are we looking at an overview of the living room?
Yes.
Do you see any defects inside the home at all in this picture?
Yes.
Where do you see them?
On the walls and semi-ceiling.
Okay. All right. And is the cursor going where there are defects that you are identifying with your eye at this time?
Yes.
And in total, from this view, can you count out how many you see?
To my naked eye, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Next State's exhibit, please. Showing you State's Exhibit 8. We're going to go to the next one, please. All right. Here, do you see also any such defects into the home?
Yes.
And where do you see those in this exhibit, which is 9DDDK?
The wall and the couch.
Next State's exhibit, please. Next. Next one. All right. Next one. And one more. All right. In this view, are we now in the bedroom of one of the rooms in the home?
Yes.
And what is this hole or defect in the wall?
Defect.
Okay. And that is in State 17 DDDK. Would there have been others like this photograph pertinent to this room in your photo roll?
It's possible pertinent to this room, but it's in several rooms.
Next State's exhibit, please. All right. Next one. Next one. Another. And one more. Okay. Is this the same room or is it facing a different hallway?
Facing a different hallway.
All right. That is State's Exhibit 32 DDDK. Next State's exhibit, please. Next. Next. another view of the living room of, different portion of the home?
Yes,
State's Exhibit
this is the entrance.
and that to finish that, that's 36 DDDK. Now showing the next state's exhibit. Do you see any defects in 37 DDDK?
Yes,
Okay, where do you see it?
closer to the ceiling.
Next state's exhibit. Next. Just a brief indulgence. I would like to publish for you State's Exhibit 49 DDDK. We're going to strike that, Your Honor. And when you took photos of this particular residence, did you also within your crime scene narrative detail every single description associated with those photos associated with 88 Villiers?
Yes.
Okay. Now transitioning your attention to the date of well, I want to transition your attention to associate. Is there a police APD police number or incident number associated with this incident?
Yes.
What is that police or incident number?
Incident number is 1501-101-03.
And as it relates to that incident that you just described with that incident number, did that conclude your involvement with that particular incident?
It's possible. It could be more.
Okay. In the main, would everything that you have done, again, be identified in those photos?
Yes.
All right. Now transitioning your attention to the date of January the 12th, 2015. Have you, and I'm going to approach you, with, of course, continuing permission if there is. You have state exhibits that have been provided in discovery that are identified like so. 1 DDD Lima to 14 DDD Lima. And let's remove this. Excuse me, have you had an opportunity to review these state's exhibits that have been previously identified prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And Ms. Robertson, what do you understand or recognize these to be, if any?
Crime scene.
Okay. Are these crime scene photos that you took yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And do they appear to be in the same or substantially same condition? Do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene that you responded to at 193 Hendricks Avenue, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, on January 12th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit these state's exhibits and permission to publish just a select few.
They're admitted.
All right. Now, directing your attention to the screen, and it should populate briefly. And while we're waiting on that, I'll ask, what was the nature of the call to which you responded at this address on this day?
I don't have my report, but I'm guessing it's an assault.
Okay, well, instead of guessing, would seeing your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Approaching you with states 15 DDD Lima And it is now in front of you. And when your memory has been so refreshed, please look back up at me and I'll finish with the questions. Okay. So what was the nature of the call?
An assault case.
Okay. And do you recall who it is that was the responding officer to this incident?
Officer Moss.
And in what county is that address that you responded to located?
Fulton County.
And when you arrived to this location, did you collect any evidence?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence did you collect?
I collected 11 cartridge cases.
And did you process those or perform any analysis with those?
Hang on. No, I did not process these. Officer Moss took possession of these cartridge casings.
And did you at least photograph or take, are those cartridge casings that you recovered captured within your photographs that have just been admitted?
Yes.
Okay. Now showing and directing your attention to what is showing on the monitor before you that states 1DDD Lima. Is this the address located at is this the resident located at the address that was just previously identified?
Yes.
And now showing you the next state's exhibit. It is 2DDD Lima. And this address is pertinent to, it's also listed in your report?
Yes.
Okay. Next state's exhibit. Next state's exhibit. And do you see any defects to this door featured in states 4 DDDL?
Defects is the glass damage.
And next state's exhibit. Where are you positioned when you took this state's picture that is identified as states 5 DDDL?
I'm standing on the inside facing the same entrance from the inside.
All right. And as to this photo, do you see any defects in state 6 DDDL?
Let's see debris.
Okay. Next state's exhibit. What about in this photo? Do you see any defects in 7 DDDL?
I see more debris.
And when you say debris, do you see what kind of
Glass damages.
Next state's exhibit. 8 DDDL. What about here? Do you see any defect to the TV?
Yes, there's a defect to the TV.
And would you have, as with the other photos that we just previously discussed, would you have grouped or taken photos similar in nature to any such defects contained within the residence that you responded to at 193 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
Finally, last state's exhibit, next one. State's exhibit 9DDDL. Is this one such vehicle that you observed of interest at that location?
Yes.
And why?
It was directed at the primary officers, but also it has defects.
Excuse me, next state's exhibit. And as it stands for this vehicle, as with the prior exhibits featured inside the home, would you have taken pictures of all such defects of interest to you at that time related to this car?
Yes.
Okay. Next state's exhibit. Next one. And why would you take state's exhibit 12 DDDL?
This was the incident across the street from the house, I believe, or on the side of the home.
Next state's exhibit. Does this look like What does this look like? What does this look like to you?
It looks like a pathway.
Next state's exhibit. Here it states 14DDDL. What is located on the screen? Do you see placards?
My markers.
And would you have placed, why would you have placed these on the ground?
To mark my evidence.
And what evidence do you see featured here in states 14DDDL?
Cartridge casings.
Okay, and is that contain, would you have taken pictures of any other such cartridge cases located at the scene of the crime?
Yes.
Now, we can take that down. Next, I want to direct your attention, before doing so, what is the incident number associated with that particular address at 193 Hendricks Avenue?
1501-20236.
And did that conclude your involvement as to that police incident number?
Yes.
Finally, I want to turn your attention to state's exhibits. Well, turn your attention to the date of, well, to the address and location of 114 Maury Avenue Southeast and 156 Maury Avenue Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia. Do you recall being dispatched to that address on February 19th, 2015?
No.
Okay. And just briefly. I want to approach you with what already has been provided in discovery as states exhibits 13DDDD through 42DDDD. And I'll put these before you, and I'm going to just slide some of this aside. Okay. And do you recognize the state's exhibits that have been placed before you?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
Picture I took.
Okay. And do those pictures that are in front of you pertain to the address of the addresses of 114 Maury and 156 Maury Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And when you took these photos, do you recall the reason for being called out to those locations?
An assault case.
Okay. And do you know who the lead investigator was associated with this?
No.
Just a brief indulgence. I'm going to approach you just for looking at your report associated with this matter. Refresh your recollection.
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what has been identified as states 43DDDD. And just here, when you've had a chance to have your memory refreshed, you can look back up at me and I'll continue to ask you questions. It would just be this.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I see.
Yes. So has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the question that I asked you about who was the lead investigator, who was that?
Officer Hart.
Okay. And what is the nature of the call to which you're asked now that you've had your memory refreshed?
An assault case.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived to these locations to respond?
process the scene, which take photographs, collect evidence.
Were there, were there projectiles that you recovered?
Hang on. No projectiles, but cartridge casings.
And how many cartridge casings did you recover?
11.
Okay, what else, if anything, did you recover from this particular, well, these crime scenes?
I also collected a black rifle magazine, a piece of rifle debris, yep, and then 11 cartridge casings.
And did you perform any analysis associated with those cartridge casings?
I processed the shell casings for latent fingerprints, and no one found.
Okay. And just a few more questions before publishing with you. The addresses, 114 Maury, 156 Maury, do you know those locations to be close in proximity to one another?
Yes, they were.
And why might you have taken or relocated to two different addresses within that area or street?
Sustained.
You can't answer that. I'll ask you a different question. Was there evidence of value at those two different locations for you to take pictures of?
Yes.
And as to the state's exhibits that have been put before you, identified previously as state's exhibits 13 DDD through 40, 2 DDD, D. Do they depict fairly and accurately depict the crime scenes that have been previously identified as you captured them on that day?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 13 DDD through 42 DDD into evidence.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish this if you select few, Your Honor.
Nay.
The incident number APD incident number associated with these locations or addresses, do you recall that number?
1505 03213.
All right, now before you is published state's exhibit 13 DDD. Is that capture the address marker of the location that you started off with first?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now publishing the next state's exhibit. Is this a general or broader view of that same address location?
Yes.
And are these vehicles that were of interest to you during your processing of the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And this is state's exhibit 14 DDD, showing you now the next state's exhibit. Before you is state's exhibit, excuse me, 16 DDD. Do you see evidence markers on this photograph?
Yes.
And these evidence markers pertinent to the 156 Maury Avenue, Southeast Atlanta address incident location?
Yes.
And would you have placed as many placards or markers as pertinent to the amount of evidence that you saw on the ground?
Yes.
All right. Next state's exhibit. Next state's exhibit. Next States exhibit. Can we zoom a little bit more? Okay, no problem. Showing you States exhibit 19 DDDD. Do you see any evidence in this exhibit?
I see the marker.
Do you see anything right at the bottom? Well, if we zoom back, you see right at the bottom of the screen at the page beneath the evidence marker? Okay. And what do you see that to be?
Cartridge casing.
Okay. And would you have taken and placed single shot photos of each such photo of all of your markers at that scene?
Yes.
All right. Next States exhibit. All right. At this point in the photos, and now showing you States exhibit 27 DDDD. Would is it fair to say this is when you relocated?
Yes.
And what is the address number associated with this location featured in States 27 DDDD?
114 Maury Avenue.
And do you see that address featured on this photograph?
Yes.
Next States exhibit. And this is States 28 DDDD. Do you see? Is this a general view of that area near the 114 portion of the Maury Avenue
In
portion of the street?
Yes.
Okay. Now showing you the next States exhibit. Is this a different view of that same portion of the street associated with 114 Maury Avenue?
Yes.
Do you see any vehicles in this photograph?
Yes.
And does that vehicle appear to be damaged?
Yes.
All right, next States exhibit. What can you describe the condition of the address located, the residence located at 114 Maury Avenue in States exhibit 30 DDDD?
See some damages to the steps.
Next exhibit. All right, next exhibit. Do you see an evidence marker in States exhibit 38 DDDD?
Yes.
And would you have placed evidence markers near the rest of any such evidence on this section of the street pertinent to your processing of the crime scene?
Yes.
Next States exhibit. Is this the magazine that you described earlier that was collected into evidence at States, featured in States exhibit 39 DDDD?
Yes.
All right, next exhibit. 40 DDDD. Do you see any other such evidence that you collected that evening?
Yes.
And in this exhibit, what was that evidence listed at evidence marker 3?
Looks like a piece of magazine, or if not a magazine.
Okay. Next States exhibit. As to States 42 DDDD, do you see any other evidence associated with your collection here?
Cartridge casing.
All right. And next, I think that's it. Just a few following questions, final questions rather, Ms. Robertson. After you processed this portion of the crime scene, did you handle the evidence that you collected on the 114 Maury Avenue side of this scene the same way as you did with the evidence you collected at the 156 Maury Avenue location?
Yes.
And when I say handle, did you process it by collecting?
Yes, I collected, processed for latent fingerprints, and submitted to the APD crime lab for further processing.
And did that just about conclude your involvement with this particular APD case number associated with those two locations?
Yes.
Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. State has no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, does the defense have questions for this witness?
Thank you. No questions for this witness.
No. No. All right, you are free to go. Thank you for your time. Call your next witness.
State call Bailey stand.
Spell it.
Pronounce it as
Teresa Bailey, TERESABAILEY.
Good afternoon, Miss Bailey. How are you doing, ma'am?
Good.
Good. Can you tell the jury where you resided back on January 19th of 2015?
807 Prior Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30315.
Now, how long had you lived at 807 Prior Street back in 2015, ma'am?
Since 1999. I mean, yeah, 1999.
So a good while?
Yeah.
Now, what part of the city is that area called?
Mechanicsville.
Okay. And is there a Hendricks Avenue near Prior Street?
Yes.
How close is it?
I'll say right there together.
Okay. Did you, having lived there since 1999, get to know your neighbors that lived on either Prior or Hendricks Avenue?
I did.
And if I was to walk out of your front door on 807 Prior, hang a right, what's the first street I would hit?
Hendricks.
And if I took a right again on Hendricks Avenue, ma'am, what is the first houses who live there on Hendricks Avenue?
Our first house on the corner.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Kiva.
And who was next to Miss Kiva?
I think Mr. Tommy now.
Who back in 2015 lived where Mr. Tommy lives now?
Oh God, I can't call their names, but they dead and gone.
Who was the neighbor of that house? Third on the right.
Miss Janice.
And do you know if Miss Janice had any children?
I only know of Kenny Boo.
Okay. Now, that house where Miss Janice and Kenny Boo lived, if I were to walk out their back door, did they have a backyard in that house?
Somewhat of a backyard.
If I were to hop, did they have a back fence?
Yes.
If I were to hop that back fence, where would I be in relation to your house on 807 Prior?
In my backyard.
Okay. So if you wanted to come over to that house, you could just hop the fence and you would be in Miss Janice and Kenny Boo's backyard?
No. Oh, if I want to hop from
If
my
you
yard.
wanted to.
Yes.
Okay. Now, who was Miss Janice and her son's neighbor, the fourth house down, the one right next to it? Who lived there?
Miss Pinky grandmother.
Okay. And back in 2015, was Miss Pinky's grandmother alive or has she passed away?
I think she was deceased.
Okay. Now, Miss Bailey, on January 19, 2015, were you home?
I think so. I believe so.
Can you tell the members of the jury what happened that night? Anything significant?
What happened at night?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I was in my room, bedroom.
Now, is your bedroom, was it close to Prior Street or closer to Miss Janice and Kenny Boo's house?
Closer to, I say Miss Janice and Kenny Boo Hall, because that's my backyard.
Okay. And you're sitting in your bedroom. What happens that stands out to you?
Well, nothing stood out to me that night.
Did anything happen to your home?
It did.
What happened?
Well, I don't know until the police came and told me that. Well, first I heard my daughter say.
Sustained.
Without saying what your daughter said, was your daughter calm or was she excited?
I don't know. I was in my room.
And did she run into your room?
I don't recall.
That's all right. Now, did you hear anything before police arrived?
No, I didn't.
When police got there, what happened?
I think by the time I came out my room to go up to the front,
yes, ma'am,
where the front door is, he was at the door, and he asked me. Let me think. He
An
asked me, did
objection
I
to
know?
hearsay statements, Your Honor.
He asked me, did I know?
Your Honor,
One brief
I'm
moment,
going
Ms.
to
Bailey.
object to any hearsay
Oh.
statements.
I can't hear.
Your Honor, Ms. Bailey, after that officer came to your door, did he walk around any part of your house with you?
Yes, after he showed me 2 holes on the outside of my house.
Now, were these 2 holes, where were they in relation to your bedroom you just described?
One was on the outside, on the side of my house,
Yes, ma'am.
where I have a ramp, a handicap ramp. So it's one by my bedroom window, and I think the other one by the bathroom.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, did you or any law enforcement ever come inside your house?
Yes, the law enforcement asked me, was it okay for him to come in my home to my bedroom?
And did you let them come in?
I did.
Now, when you got to your bedroom, were you with them while they were walking through your home?
Yes,
Now, did y'all ever get to your bedroom?
yes.
What did you see in your bedroom once you got there?
I didn't see anything. The officer seemed to point it out to me.
Objection.
So, Miss Bailey, did you ever have to fix anything in your bedroom after that night?
Well, yes, I did.
What did you have to fix?
The bullet holes
Where were they?
where the officer showed me in my room by the window.
And irregardless of the officer, did you stay in that bedroom after that night?
I can't recall if I did or not, but I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Did you ever did anything inside your bedroom get hit with a bullet?
The officer did point it out to me, and I saw that the bullet hole did come through my mattress.
Did you ever, did it come in through the wall or the window?
The wall.
Now, was anyone else home with you other than your daughter when this happened?
Not that I recall.
And after officers were at your home, did anything else, did they ever come back, or was there anything else that happened that stood out to you in relation to that night?
No, other than that, that was it.
And
Pictures, that was it.
about how long would you say that they were at your home that night, Miss Bailey?
Oh, quite a good while. Can't recall how long, but it was a good little while.
Had your home ever been shot before or after that night?
No.
And do you have any idea what was behind that, the shooting of your home?
I do not.
And Miss Bailey, is there any other information in relation to that shooting on January 19, 2015 that you think is relevant to share with the members of this jury?
No, I don't.
One brief moment, Miss Bailey. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions by me.
Any questions for Ms. Bailey from the
No, Your Honor.
defense? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused.
Okay, thank you.
Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls former Officer Fagan to the stand.
I do. First name is Sean. Last name is Fagan. Sean is spelled S-E-A-N. Last name Fagan, F-A-G-A-N.
Good afternoon, former Officer Fagan.
That's correct.
How long did you work in the Atlanta Police Department?
Like 5 years.
And when you worked there, what zone were you primarily assigned to?
Zone 3.
And during those 5 years, were you patrol?
Yes, sir.
What beat within Zone 3 were you working January 19th, 2015?
I was assigned to beat 303. Occasionally we would have to go to different beats, but I would assume that I was beat 303 that day.
And does beat 3 or beat 303 within Zone 3, does that cover Hendricks Avenue and Pryor Street?
Yes.
Now, had you been to that area before in your career?
Yes.
Were you familiar with those streets?
Yes.
Now, back on January 19, 2015, what was your shift? Was it daytime? Was it nighttime?
It was the evening watch, shift, which would run from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
And on that night, did you ever have did you ever respond to a 213 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
So can you tell the jury what time did you respond to that address?
It's listed as 2130, which would be 9:30 p.m.
Okay. And when you got there, what did you see?
We were responding to a person shot. There's an individual that had sustained a gunshot wound to their back.
Did you, when you saw that person, what was their name?
I'd have to refresh my memory.
Would looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Handing the witness what I will mark as 1 Triple Delta Golf 2. Who was the individual that was shot when you got to 213 Hendricks Avenue?
Mr. Terrence Reese.
Now, did he ever receive any medical treatment?
Yes, we had called Grady where he was transported to Grady Hospital.
And were there any other officers that were at that location with you that night?
Yes, Officer McGovern.
Had you worked with him?
Yes.
Was he in the same zone that you worked, Zone 3?
Yes.
After encountering Mr. Reese, did you ever go to any other locations nearby?
Yes.
What prompted you to go to another location?
We were notified, or I was notified on the radio of potential second location that had been affected.
And where?
Yes. So we were notified on the radio of another location that was affected.
What was that other location?
I'd have to refresh my memory.
That's perfectly fine. Just look up at me once your memory is refreshed.
The 807 Pryor Street.
Okay. Now, I'm going to approach, and if any defense counsel, I have 1 Delta 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 Golf with me. So I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 1 Triple Delta Golf. Officer Fagan, do you recognize that?
I do.
And would what you have before you aid your testimony in the jury for this incident?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the street, Pryor Street, as well as Hendricks Avenue. This is the location of the incident where we responded.
Your Honor, For demonstrative purposes, the state moves to introduce 1 triple delta golf into evidence.
No objection to its introduction
Alright.
for demonstrative purposes.
It's admitted.
And the state's going to publish 1 triple delta golf.
All right.
So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit to the left of this. Do you see numbers? And is this, what's the street on the bottom?
Hendricks Street,
And what's the street that's kind of perpendicular to it?
Pryor Street.
I'm going to see if there is a wooden pointer. And I'm going to ask you, if you wouldn't mind just standing up. Can you point to where 213 Hendricks is, where you first responded?
This location right here.
And can you show members of the jury, you had mentioned an 807 Pryor Street. Where is that house?
It's going to be right up here off of Pryor Street, perpendicular to Hendricks Avenue.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Now, once you got to 807 Pryor, did you encounter anybody?
I did.
Who did you encounter?
Need to refresh my memory.
That's all right. You may. Once your memory's refreshed, just look up at me.
The homeowner, Teresa Bailey.
And did you, without saying what she said, did you speak with her?
Yes.
Was there anyone else present with her?
I believe her daughter was.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
Now, after speaking with them, did you ever speak again with Officer McGovern?
I do believe so.
And after speaking with him, what did you do next in your investigation?
We then moved back from Pryor to Hendricks Avenue to canvass the area for.
What were you canvassing the area for?
Additional shell casings, victims, property damage, anything related to this incident.
And once you began canvassing the area, did you see any other homes that had any damage or people?
Yes.
What was the first home you saw?
I'm going to refresh my memory.
That's perfectly fine.
So 213 Hendricks Street and 197 Hendricks Street, both.
So when you first responded, you went to 213 Hendricks with the person shot?
That's correct.
And then did you know at the time when you first went out there that that home had been struck as well?
No.
Now, can you point out for the jury, when you left 807 Pryor, where is 197 Hendricks?
So we left this location right here. I came back, and 197 is right here.
And 213 is 2 houses to the left?
That's correct.
Now, when you got to 197 Hendricks, what did you see?
I'm going to refresh my memory for just a second.
Okay. What did you see at 197 Hendricks?
Observed what appeared to be a bullet through the right side window into the house.
Now, did you encounter anyone or did you ever see anyone that was at that 197 Hendricks?
I did.
Do you remember their name?
Not off the top of my head, but I could refresh.
Yes.
Okay.
If your memory is refreshed, just let me know.
Mrs. Chavez.
And did she let you come inside her home?
Yes.
When you went inside her home, did you see any other damage or defects inside?
Yes, there was a bullet through the wall, I believe in her bedroom.
Now, did she show you anything else? And by anything else, I mean any kind of document, photograph, anything else?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
Yes.
now, what kind of category of thing did she show you?
Social media,
And what specific type of social media?
Instagram.
Okay. Without stating what was on that, what did you do after being shown that Instagram social media from the homeowner of 197 Hendricks Avenue?
I then left that location and I went down to what we were considered the pool house.
What is the pool house?
Pool house is it's a house that has a pool table in the backyard where a lot of guys would typically meet up.
Had you been familiar with that pool house before from working that zone?
Yes.
What's the address of the pool house?
Refresh my memory.
Yes, you may.
– 193 Hendricks Avenue.
Can you point out for the jury where 193 Hendricks is on this map?
Right here.
Now, had you been to any houses before on Hendricks Avenue in working zone 3?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. While this is coming up, I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 1 Triple Delta Mike. When you went to 193 Hendricks, did you knock on the door or what did you do?
I knocked on the front door.
Did anyone answer?
No.
What did you do after no one answered at 193 Hendricks?
I walked around to the rear of the residence.
And what did you see around the rear?
A pool table.
Was there anyone out there?
No.
Now, while you were on scene, did you ever notify anyone with the crime scene unit?
Yes.
Now, do you remember who specifically, or let me ask you this, did anyone from the crime scene unit come on scene?
Yes.
Who?
Refresh your memory.
Okay, you may, and just look up at me when your memory's refreshed.
Turner was a crime scene tech.
And were you on scene when they came out?
Yes.
And were there any scenes covered?
There were.
Can you describe what they were?
40 caliber.
And how many were there?
3.
Okay. Now on the screen, it should be in both in front of you and larger behind you is 1 Triple Delta Mike. Do you recognize that on the screen?
I do.
What is that?
193 Hendricks Avenue and what was known in the neighborhood as the pool house.
Okay. Thank you. Now, when I wanted to also ask you when crime scene tech Turner was with you, did you and him ever go back to 807 Prior Street?
I'm not sure. I believe so. I would like.
Yep. You may use your report.
Yes, that is correct.
And was anything collected or photographed at 807 Prior?
Yes, bullet holes in the back of the house.
And was it the back left of the house or the back right of the house?
It was the back right of the house.
Okay. And when after 807 Prior, you remember you'd mentioned you went back to 213 Hendricks Avenue?
That's correct.
was anything found or collected at 213 Hendricks Avenue?
I believe we had found additional gunshots or holes through the house.
Okay. Now, when you work patrols, do you ever get a morning or routine briefing?
Yes.
What kind of things are you briefed on when you come on shift?
Things that are
Objection as to relevance.
You may answer.
things that are relevant to climate of what's going on. There's gang violence, shootings, look out for vehicles, any bit of crime that's happening in that area.
Are you ever briefed on homicides in the area?
Yes.
When you responded on January 19, 2015 to initially 213 Hendricks Avenue, were you aware of any homicides that had happened near your beat?
Yes.
What was the location in general of that homicide you were aware of?
It was a
Hearsay and confrontation.
Overruled.
You may answer, sir.
It was there was just a murder at a barber shop on McDaniel Street.
And when you work patrol, would the gang unit ever be notified when you responded to calls?
We would make that decision on site.
What are some examples of cases where you would not notify the gang unit?
Like a crime of passion, a random shooting, two people getting in an argument, things that, just a typical gun violence would not be notified to a gang unit. We'd have to articulate in some way or fashion how it would be gang violence.
Have you in your career in general ever notified the gang unit or radio to get someone from that unit to come to a scene?
Yes.
Specifically on January 19, 2015, with this 213 Hendricks Avenue, 807 Prior Street, and 197 Hendricks, was anyone from the gang unit notified?
Yes.
Who was notified?
Investigator Price.
And when you respond to scenes, other than a scene where someone is deceased on scene, is the homicide unit ever notified?
Yes, they are.
What are some circumstances where they would be notified without someone having been murdered when they arrived?
We notify homicide if we think they're going to die, or if we believe it's relevant to an ongoing case.
Was anyone from the Atlanta Police Department homicide unit notified for this January 19, 2015 case?
Yes.
Who specifically was notified within the Atlanta Police Department homicide unit?
Investigator Thorpe.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Officer Fagan. No further questions.
Thank you.
Are there questions for this witness by the defense?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Williams.
No. Okay. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Jurors, y'all doing all right, or you need a break? Okay, let's take our afternoon break. All right, we'll be in recess for a few minutes. Sure. Yeah.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, I made this objection before. The state is putting up people who respond to a scene. And I just don't see the connection. Without somebody saying, and this person did it, there is some assumption that because Kenneth Copeland, I'm just using his name, lived at this location, all of a sudden that is somehow relevant to our case. And I think that without the people who were responsible or the people to come in and say, yes, I did this for the motivation of this, and then you find it responsible, I'm going to object. I mean, it's coming so much. I've argued before the predecessor judge who said no, and we'll take it up later. And I just don't see the connection. You
All
kept
right.
out the, okay.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I am sure that the state would love if they could have somebody come in and say, I was responsible and here's why. They apparently don't have that. And it's inferential, it's circumstantial, but they're entitled to prove their case with circumstantial evidence if that's all they have. And so I feel you, but I'm going to overrule your objection.
Okay, can we just have a continuing again?
You may.
And like the last one, you know, and I think it was Mr. Adkins, you know, did you go to meetings at the police department? And do you talk about murders? And was there a specific murder that was important to you? Yes, 5 days earlier at the barbershop. I just don't think that's appropriate, and that's my objection.
Well, I
Your Honor, if I
understand.
may on that?
Yep.
Mr. Fagan said that he was specifically briefed about the McDaniel Street murder. The Instagram post, which we didn't get into hearsay, the witness gave that and said this is in retaliation for the murder of Donovan Thomas a few days earlier. So that evidence was very relevant for Mr. Fagan because it impacted why he notified the gang unit. And he gets this Instagram post that says, I'm going to chop down family trees, and is a threatening post of witnesses and evidence that we have put forth for the jury. So I didn't want to get into hearsay, but it wasn't just a random murder.
Sure.
It was the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Understood.
I understand that too, but they're not linking it up. So they're going to argue to the jury.
If they're not linking it up, that's a good thing for your client.
It may be good, but it shouldn't come in. And it shouldn't be argued.
All right. Well, my ruling stands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Y'all ready with your next witness? Can we get the jury in? Okay. Let's get the jury in. All right, thank you. If you can swear our next witness.
Keisha Ware, Keisha-Ware.
And good afternoon, Ms. Ware. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a crime scene supervisor.
And are you with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you served as a crime scene supervisor?
Since 2019.
I want to direct your attention to January 22nd, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, I responded to that location.
And why did you respond to that location?
And it's in reference to a shots fired call, I do believe, according to my report.
And when looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory with any questions I may ask of you today.
Say that again.
Will having a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to anything I may ask of you today?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you.
I handed you what's been marked as 31 DDDI. Is that a copy of your report from January 22nd, 2015?
Yes, it is.
And would that report help refresh your memory today?
Yes, it would.
I want to ask you, what was the case number that was associated with that report?
The incident case number is 15022-2838.
Now, once you got to the location, what, if anything, did you observe?
When we returned to a crime scene, I would speak to the primary investigator or the primary officer at the location.
Okay. And after speaking with that primary officer, what would you do next?
I would do a walkthrough of the crime scene to see what evidence and what photos need to be processed or collected.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And did you take pictures in this case?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review the pictures from your crime scene on January 22nd, 2015?
I did.
And did those pictures appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as you remember it from January 22nd, 2015?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach?
You may.
I just handed you what's been marked as 1 DDDI through 30 DDDI. Are those the pictures you looked at prior to coming into court today?
They are.
And again, are those fair and accurate depictions of the scene at 1007 Hill Street on 1/22/2015?
Yes.
You're on this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 DDDI through 30 DDDI into evidence.
They're admitted.
You're on permission to publish certain portions.
You may.
Crime scene sequence. I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1 triple DI. Is that the home that you responded to on January 22nd?
Yes.
And roughly, do you know Hill Street, what part of the city that's in?
I do believe it's in Zone 3.
Okay. And when you responded, was 1007 the only home that you responded to, or was there another home damaged as well?
I do believe this is the only address, but according to my report, the shell cases were photographed in front of other locations.
Okay. Do you remember ever taking pictures at a 1015 Hill Street or near 1015 Hill Street? And I'll direct you to picture 27 DDDI.
Yes.
Okay.
It's photographed.
All right. Now going back to 1007 Hill Street, just generally, if you could tell the jurors, what, if any, type of damage did you see to that home?
There were defects outside of the home and also inside of the home as a picture frame and a closet wall or walls.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4 DDDI. And I'm going to show you 5 DDDI. Were those defects that were found on the home?
They are. It's the home.
Okay. Now look at 6 DDDI. What is the significance of 6 DDDI?
Those are the defects inside of the home.
Is that consistent with what we just saw the pictures of that were outside of the home?
To my knowledge, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would that be indicated by the number being the same, both outside and inside?
No, the numbers are not the same outside or inside. I don't. Let me double check. Let me say 8. And what was the other numbers?
So look at
yes,
4.
they are. They're the same numbers, 8 and 9.
So if I look at 4 DDDI and then look back at 6 DDDI.
The same numbers, marker 8 and marker 9.
Okay. And why is that? What does that indicate, I should say?
It shows relations from exterior to interior.
Okay. And now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 8 DDDI. Earlier when you just said there was a defect in the painting, is that the defect that you were referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now looking at State's Exhibit 11 DDDI. In looking at this picture, do you recall where in the home this defect was?
No, I do not.
Okay, I'm going to go back to 10 DDDI. Does this help at all?
It appears to be a pantry or a closet.
Okay. Did you collect shell casings in this case?
I did collect shell casings.
How many shell casings?
A total of 740 Simpton Western shell cases were collected.
Okay. And did you take pictures of those shell casings?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to flip through very quickly. 14 DDDI, 16 DDDI, 18 DDDI, 20 DDDI, 22 DDDI, 24 DDDI, and 26 DDDI. Were those the 7 shell cases that you recovered?
Yes.
All right. And where were those shell casings found?
They were found outside of the home.
Okay. Were they in the, do you call if
Were
they
in
were
the
in the streets?
streets.
All right. And I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 27 DDDI. Earlier, I asked you about 1015. Is that the mailbox for 1015
Yes.
Hill Street?
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 29 DDDI and 30 DDDI. What were depicted in those two pictures?
It's showing defects to the exterior of the window.
Say that one more time.
Showing defects to the exterior of a window.
And would that be the exterior windows at 1015 Hill Street?
Correct.
All right. After taking the picture, did you collect those shell casings?
I did.
Okay. And when you collected shell casings, would you have put those shell casings in individual bags?
Yes, we placed shell casings in individual bullet bags.
Okay. And how would you have identified each of those shell casings?
By marker numbers.
And would you put the case number on there?
When we get to the office, we put 11 identifiers on the bags. For it consists of case numbers.
So hold on, slow down. Because you have the mask on, so I want you to talk a little bit clearer and slow down for me.
Yes, we have 11 identifiers that we put on the bullet bag that consist of the Atlanta Police case number, the mark number, the time, the date, the incident location, the victim's name, the suspect's information, if we have that. Also, the investigator's name or the officer's name, my name, and the item that was collected and where it was collected from.
And once you collect it, where do you normally take it to?
We will take it back to the office.
And will it go to any particular unit once it's back at the office?
Well, once it's back at the office, we process the ballistic evidence for fingerprints.
And
that is consists of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You can finish your answer. I'm sorry.
That consists of processing with super glue and black powder. So if we get any prints, we recover the prints and turn it to our latent team. If we don't get any prints, we submit the ballistic evidence to our APD crime lab.
And in this case, were you able to get any fingerprints on this case?
No, no prints were recovered.
Now, I want to also direct your attention, after collecting the bags, collecting the shell casings, place them in the bags, and taking them to APD evidence in the crime lab, would that have concluded your involvement in that case?
Yes.
Right. I want to now direct your attention to April 2nd, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 490 Glen Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know what section of the city that is in?
That is also the zone 3.
All right. And we're looking at a copy of that crime scene report, help refresh your memory as to the actions you took on that scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, approach again. I'm showing you what's been marked as 43 DDD. I'm trying to get my own handwriting. J. Is that your report for 490 Glen Street?
Yes, it is.
What is the case number associated with that case?
The incident case number is 150922269.
And why did you respond to that scene?
This is in reference to an homicide.
Have you had the opportunity to look at the pictures from that scene prior to coming into court today?
Yes,
And did those, in looking at those pictures, did that accurately reflect the scene as you remember it from April 2nd, 2015?
yes.
Your Honor, can I approach again?
You may.
I just handed you what's been marked as Stacy's been 1 DDDI to 42, 2 to 41 D. I keep on saying I. 1 DDDJ to 42 DDDJ. Are those the pictures that you were able to view prior to coming into court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time they would like to tender 1 DDDJ to 42 DDDJ.
All right, those are admitted. Yeah. Sure. You're welcome.
Now, looking at 1 DDDJ, let me ask you this while it's loading. On this scene, just generally tell the jurors what were you taking pictures of while on this scene?
At this scene, it was overalls of shell casings and reddish stains that was on the street. Fragment and a projectile, I do believe.
And did you collect those shell cases in the same manner that we just discussed previously?
Yes, I did.
And would you have packaged those in the same way that we just discussed previously?
Well, I didn't collect those. Those were taken into possession by Investigator Egbert, but yes, they were placed into bullet bags on the scene.
Can you tell Joy why in some instances you would take it versus the investigator taking it?
It just depends on the nature of the call and also the investigators. Sometimes they wanted to, they would take the evidence and state it themselves, and it'd get a quicker turnaround or response depending on the nature of the call. This was homicide, so.
And did you find in homicide cases that homicide investigators would normally take their evidence versus respond to aggravated assault?
Yes.
Well, it appears there's some issues with the internet service.
Y'all have the hotspot or whatever it is.
Yes. We're on the VPN, Your Honor, because we couldn't get a full code, so we're on the public Wi-Fi. First showing you what's been admitted. Can y'all hear me? Okay. First showing you what's been admitted is 2DDDJ. It's up. It's up. Never mind. Thank you, sir. All right. Looking at 2DDDJ. What was this just the overall of the area and where you were asked to respond to?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is that the same with 3 DDDJ and 5 DDDJ?
Yes, those are overall of the incident location.
All right. I'm going to go to 10 DDDJ. Can you see what venue you were focused on looking at 10 DDDJ?
It's going to be, I'm assuming, the reddish stain that is on the sidewalk.
Okay. And now showing you 12 DDDJ. Is that a close-up of that area?
Yes, it is.
And looking at 13 DDDJ was that a further close-up of that area.
That's correct.
All right, now turn to 14 DDDJ. Let me ask you, was there any deceased victims on the scene when you arrived?
No.
Were there, to your knowledge, were there any victims on the scene when you
There
arrived?
were no victims on my scene.
Okay. Looking at 20 DDDJ. What is depicted in 20 DDDJ?
That would be the evidence marked with the markers.
Okay, and would those be shell casings?
Yes.
And looking at the larger stack that you have in front of you, are the individual placards contained within the larger stack that is in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to show you 37 DDDJ. Looking at 37 DDDJ, what were you depicting in that exhibit?
That would be a shell casing.
All right. And
Sidewalk.
on the sidewalk, was that in a different location than the picture we just saw with the grouping of shell casings?
Yes, it was.
And is there a closer picture contained within the stack of pictures that you have of what is actually located at marker 16?
There's a close-up of marker 16.
Okay. And then I'm also going to show you Stacey Exhibit 39 DDDJ. What is depicted in 39 DDDJ?
It's a projectile or fragment or another shell casing. I would have to see it up close.
All right, showing you 40 DDDJ. Are you able to tell within the?
It's a fragment.
And where is this in relation to the grouping of shell casing that we saw a few exhibits back?
I believe it's a little bit down the street or close. I would have to see that overall.
Okay.
So it's right before the bridge and close to not far from the reddish stain that was on the sidewalk.
Okay. I'm going to show you, go back to 3 DDDJ. Okay. Is the area in 3 DDJ that is the corner, is that where the large group of casings were?
Yes.
All right. And if we made a right where everyone looks like to be gathered in the picture, can you see that?
Where everyone is walking?
Yes. Would that be the area where 17 DDDJ was?
Yes.
Okay. And then last, I'm going to show you 41 DDDJ and 42 DDDJ. And 41, was that placard 18 and 41 DDDJ?
Yes, that's correct.
And is 42 DDDJ a close above placard 18?
Yes.
And was that found closer to going underneath that bridge?
That's correct.
In this area?
It's underneath the bridge.
All right. And after you took pictures and you said you did not package this evidence.
I placed them into bullet bags. I just didn't take them into my possession. They was taken by Investigator Edgar.
Thank you for correcting me. Would that have concluded your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Indulgence. No further comments.
All right, any questions for this witness? Come on. You may. You're talking about the bench? Yes. I know Mr. Sharp needs just a second to get some photos. Are there any other defense attorneys that are going to have questions for this witness? No, no, no. All right, well, we'll just take a second for a minute. Mr. Short, could you, I mean, would it be possible for you to begin your examination on other topics while Mr. Kokomo gets pictures up? That's, okay. That's pretty much all you wanted to ask her about, okay. Anybody need a break, or are we just gonna hang out and wait? Okay. It shouldn't be too long.
Investigator Ware, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You just testified about an incident that the state asked you about. I want to ask you about a separate incident that I believe you did work on, okay?
Okay.
Is that okay?
It depends.
Well, I'm going to give you a copy of a report. This was work that you did in October 4th or October 5th, 2015, regarding an incident that happened September 26th, 2015. It involved the homicide of Tierra Jones. Can I approach you with the report you made?
Yes.
If you didn't do work on this, please tell me.
looks like my report.
Ma'am?
It looks like my report.
Okay.
Mhm.
Could you, and again, regarding the Tiara Jones case, there was a time when you took pictures of a greenish SUV in the police cage or the evidence cage for APD, correct?
Do you have the photos? I can't.
I'm going to show you the photos.
Okay.
Do one of those reports show you taking pictures of a SUV?
Showing one that I took 23 photos and one showing that I took 7 photos of a firearm.
Right. I'm talking about the 23 photos. Okay. Do you have any independent recollection of that incident?
No, this is about 9 years ago, so no.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury? You certainly go to crime scenes to take photos, correct?
Yes, we respond
Okay.
to scenes.
But are there times where you also go to APD, the evidence area, to take photos as well?
Yes, we respond anywhere that the investigator needs us to respond to.
Okay. As far as when vehicles are evidence, and you're asked, I assume, by investigator to document and take pictures of certain evidence away from the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a specific place that they take the vehicles that are evidence?
It just depends. Sometimes, majority of the time, well, this happened in 2015. So at this time, let me see. So at this time, the vehicle was brought to the annex. With Homicide, have a vehicle cage at the annex. It's in the back.
Okay. And where is that?
3493 only Hollowell Parkway.
Okay. And I think I said that my belief is that you did work on October 4th of 2015 regarding that report?
That's correct.
Okay. And does your report indicate a date where the incident occurred?
September the 25th, 2015.
Okay. So something happened September 25th, and then you take photos on October 4th. Is that unusual?
No, it's not.
Okay. Can I show you some photos to see if you recognize this is work that you did?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kokomo, will you kindly approach? Ms. Kokomo, did you have the opportunity to look at each one?
I'm sorry.
Did you have the opportunity to look at each of the photos?
No, he only showed me 3.
Okay. Oh, it's just 3.
It was just 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you, looking at those photos, were those photos that you took on October 4th, 2015?
Yes, they matches up with my report.
Great. And that work that you did in 2015, October 4th, 2015, that was, you said it was in the annex and taking photos of a vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what type of vehicle does your report indicate?
It shows to be Mercury, green in color. I'm assuming Mercury Mountaineer.
You said a Mercury Mountaineer?
Yes.
Okay, great. And does that report reference a case number or a case that you were doing that work for?
Incident number 152690014.
1526.
152690014.
Okay, great. Thank you. And were those photos that were shown you by Mr. Kokomo, were those fair and accurate representations of the photos that you took on October 4th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move DS49A, DS49B, and DS49C. I would move to admit those photographs into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to publish.
Nay.
Okay. DS 49A, you would agree that the license tag on this SUV is PZK 5051?
That's correct.
All right. And the photo that you took, this photo, do you see any defects in that car?
Yes, in the rear of the vehicle.
In the rear of the vehicle? Okay, great. DS, Ms. Kokomo, if you could publish DS 49B. Is this a close-up of the defect that you referenced a minute ago?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. And now, is that multiple defects or is one defect?
The other, I don't know what that is.
Okay,
Could
and that's
be,
fair.
or
I don't
may
want you to
not be.
speculate.
I don't know.
And could you publish DS 49C, Mr. Kokomo? Do you see additional defects to the rear of that vehicle?
Yes, on the rear passenger side.
Okay. And the windshield of that vehicle, is it present?
It doesn't appear to be, no.
Okay, and would you have documented shattered glass inside the vehicle as well?
If, yes, it depends. Let me just look at my report. Yes, the interior of the vehicle was photographed.
Okay, great. Did you document any, can you tell from your report if you documented any defects from any other areas of the car?
It's just basically showing it was just damage to the trunk, damage to the roof of the vehicle. Defects were in the rear, but the vehicle overall had a damage. There was, yes, majority of it was damaged, but the defects were also just in the rear of the vehicle.
Overall damage, but defects, and when we say defects, we're talking about bullet holes, right?
Yes,
Bullet holes were to the rear of the vehicle.
that's correct.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, and nobody else had questions. Is there redirect? Okay, thank you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, this is the witness that we discussed yesterday.
Okay, all right, so we're ready. And this witness will just be referred to by last name.
Yes.
Go ahead and face the officer for a minute. We're just gonna go with last name.
I'm sorry, just your last name.
Reed, R-E-E-D.
And Ms. Reed, where are you from?
Douglasville.
Douglasville, okay. And do you have children?
Yes,
How many do you have?
2.
And boy and a girl, boy and a girl, girl, boy?
2 boys.
And what are their names?
Ray Sean Bennett and Kelvin Bennett.
And Rayshawn Bennett, what type of work does he do?
Wait a minute.
Okay, you okay?
Yeah.
All right, God bless you.
Music.
Music. And does he have a stage name that he goes by?
YFN.
Wife.
BC.
And is it YFN Lucci?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
And how long has he been in the music industry?
When he was young, about 13, just not in it. Yeah, I guess since like 2015 or 16. I'm not for sure.
Okay. And how old is he now?
He 33.
All right. To your knowledge, is your son signed to a specific music label?
Yes,
What music label is that?
I think it's a game.
And how long has he been signed to that music label?
I don't know. It's been a minute. I don't know.
Okay, and you know, minute can mean different
I
things.
guess like 2017. I'm not for sure.
And do you know who brought him or introduced him to that record label?
Yes.
If she knows personally.
Yes. Was your response yes?
Yes.
Who was that person?
I just know him by Nut.
Okay, you know him by Nut. And is Nut still alive today?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Kelvin Watts? Or somebody by the name of Kel or Shell Kel?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know, excuse me, let me ask you this. What name do you know him by?
Just Shell.
Just Shell. How do you know Shell?
I'm just being around my son when they were young, childhood friend.
Okay. And when you say being around your son, would that be Mr. Bennett? Would that be Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
All right. And you said when he was younger, did you ever see Shell as he was an older man?
Yes.
Okay. How often, and I'm talking about around 2015, would you see Shell?
Not too much.
And specifically, I'm gonna talk around 2015. Would Shell ever come and visit you at your home?
Maybe a couple times, but not always there.
And let me ask you this. In 2015, where were you living?
Oh, Hill Street.
And do you remember your address on Hill Street? What was your address?
1,700.
1,700 or 1,007?
1,007.
Okay. And how long did you live at that location at 1,007 Hill Street?
About 9 years.
And when you were living at 1,007 Hill Street, did anyone else live there with you?
Yes.
Who else lived there with you?
My son.
Is that Mr. Rayshawn?
Rayshawn and Kevin.
And did they live at that home that entire 9 years that you were living there?
Yes.
Now, 1,007 Hill Street, can you tell the jury any landmarks or what's near 1,007 Hill Street?
Let's see. Grant Park.
Okay. Is it near the old Turner Field?
Turner Field Stadium.
Now, can you describe to the jury at 1,007 Hill, is it a duplex? Is it a single family home, a townhome? Explain to the jury what type of home it is.
A duplex townhome.
And how many bedrooms did you have in your home?
3.
Briefly, can you tell the jury, describe the inside of your home? What was downstairs? What was upstairs? You can just describe briefly for them the interior of your home.
When you enter the front door downstairs, you can look go up the steps, straight up the steps in the living room.
And were the bedrooms all upstairs?
Yes.
All right. And inside of the home, where was your bedroom?
Upstairs on the left-hand side.
Okay. And the front of your bedroom, did that face Hill Street?
Yes.
Now, you said that both of your sons lived at your home. In 2015, did anyone else live there besides your 2 sons?
My granddaughter, well, they will be over.
And your granddaughter back in 2015, how old was she?
She was 2.
Anyone else besides your granddaughter?
Her mother will stay over sometime.
Anyone else?
His friends.
And you say his.
Like Juju. Well, y'all know him by, I don't know his real name. I just know him by his street name.
Okay. But when you say his friend, you're talking about Rashawn's friends.
Yes.
All right. And one of those friends' name is Juju.
Yes.
All right. Now, did you have a significant other or a friend that would stay with you?
Not stay. Come over.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay.
Look at you.
I understand. All right. So how often would that friend come over?
Sometime.
Okay.
Every now and then.
Outside of the individual we just spoke of, anyone else that would stay with you from time to time at 1007 Hill Street?
No.
All right. I want to kind of direct your attention back into that 2015 time frame. Were you aware of any conflict that your son Rashawn was having, if any?
No.
I'm going to direct you specifically to January 22nd, 2015, okay?
Yes.
Did the police have to respond to your home on the evening of January 22nd, 2015?
Yes.
Why did they have to come to your house?
Shooting.
And what do you remember about what happened right before the shooting?
Nothing.
Were you doing anything at home?
Probably downstairs cooking. I don't even know. I don't remember.
Do you remember there was anyone else home with you?
Yes.
Who else was home with you?
My grandbaby. Her mother. Let me see. I think Juju was there.
And let me ask you this. How many times back in 2015 was your home shot up?
Twice.
All right. And this time that you're speaking of, strike that. Were you injured at any one of those times that your home was shot up?
The second one.
Okay. When you're speaking about who was in the home right now, you said Juju, your granddaughter. Was this the time that you were shot or not the time that you were shot?
Yes, the second time when I was shot.
Okay. So let's talk about the time, not the time you were shot. Let's talk about the first time.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How many days were between the time you were shot and the time that you weren't shot? How many days had passed?
One.
And the time you were shot the second time or the first time?
The second.
Okay. Let's talk about the first time when you were not shot. Was there anyone home with you the first time?
Yes.
Okay. Was it the same people we just talked about?
Yes.
And you said you may have been downstairs when you heard the gunshots?
I think when I got shot.
No, not the time when you got shot. The first
I was
time.
upstairs. Me and my grandbaby just had one upstairs.
Okay. Tell the jury, what do you remember happening after you heard the gunshots?
Let's see what nothing. We just jumped up, and then next thing I know, the police was at the door.
Okay. Sitting here today, do you remember how many gunshots you heard?
A lot of them.
When you heard the gunshots, at any point, did you ever look out the window?
No.
To see anything?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you recall talking to the police when they arrived?
I can't recall.
Okay. Right. Do you remember if you told police that you may have saw something after hearing the gunshot?
No.
No. Okay. Once you heard the gunshots, do you recall if you called anyone?
No.
No, you did, or no, you don't remember?
No, I didn't call anyone.
At any point, do you remember anyone coming to your home that was not the police?
Shell.
Okay. Did anyone else besides Shell come to the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know who they were?
No, I don't know them.
You say you don't know them. What do you mean?
I know them by their faces.
Had they ever been to your home before?
Let me see. Yes, maybe one of them.
And do you know them by their given names?
Street name.
All right. Let me ask you, do you know a person by the name of Jamal Bynes?
No.
All right. And what about a Jermaine Hardiman?
No.
Do you remember if your son, Rayshawn, was home when the house was shot up the first time?
No, he wasn't.
Sitting here today, do you know if you called him after you heard the shots fired?
I can't remember, but I don't think I called him. I think he called me. I can't remember.
And whether or not you called him or he called you, did you tell him what occurred?
He just said, "You okay?" And I said, "Yes."
Now, the other individuals who came to the house with Shell, do you know their street names today?
No.
What, if any, damage was done to your home the first time?
A lot of holes in the wall.
And was there anyone injured during the first shooting?
No.
Prior to the first shooting, did anything like this ever happen at your home?
No.
Did you know who shot up your home? Did you ever learn who may have shot up your home?
No.
And to this day, do you know why your home was shot up?
No.
And I think I asked, do you know if anyone who was living in your home had any issues or conflicts that would cause anyone to shoot up your house?
No.
No, you don't know, or no one had any conflicts?
No.
And I'm just sorry, no one had conflicts?
No.
Now, the second shooting, you said that was about a day or so later?
Yes.
Do you remember being about 4 days later?
I know I left about 2 days and came back. It might have been 4 days. I don't remember.
After the first shooting, did I hear you say you left the house?
I left for 2 days or maybe one night. I can't remember.
And when you returned, was that when the second shooting happened?
Yes.
The same day that you returned?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the second time that your home was shot up. Who was at home during that second time that your home was shot?
The same three.
And would that be your granddaughter? I believe Juju, your friend who sometimes comes over.
Yes, my friend.
Your friend. And then was your granddaughter's mother there?
Yes.
And on this occasion, where were you before hearing the gunshots or the gunfire?
Before hearing, I was in the bed.
And is this your same bedroom that's in the front of
Hill Street?
Tell the jurors, what do you remember while you were in tell the jurors what you remember about that night.
I just heard a lot of gunshots.
In your room, was there anyone else in your room?
Yes.
Okay. Was that your friend?
Yes.
All right. And where was he at inside of the room?
In the bed.
Once you heard the gunshots, what, if anything, happened?
We noticed we were shot.
When you said we knew we were shot,
I said, that's when I noticed. I seen blood.
okay. Where did you see the blood?
On my bed.
At the time, did you know if it was your blood or his blood? Did you know?
I didn't know.
Once you saw the blood, did you try to get out of the bed?
No.
What about your friend? Did he try to get out the bed?
I think he did, because I think he went and grabbed my grandbaby. I can't remember.
Had he been hit?
Yes.
And your friend, what was his name?
Elster.
And is that last name Elston? Okay. Where were you hit?
In my right calf.
And do you know where Elston was hit?
I don't remember. I just know it was in his leg.
I know you said you heard a lot of shots. Could you tell if it was one gun, multiple guns? Could you tell?
Several guns.
It sounds like several guns. And I'm going to ask you, for the first time when you weren't hit, did it sound like it was one gun, multiple guns? Could you tell?
Same shots and gone. Gunshots.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
Yes.
In addition to harming you, were there any other damage to your home the second time around?
Yes.
What was damaged the second time at your home?
Windows, wall, the bathroom.
Of course, indulge just one moment. Ms. Reed, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 3GG. Looking at 3GG, was that the inside of your home at 1007 Hill Street?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go to the picture. Were these some of the markings, some of the defects you
Yes.
saw inside of your home?
Yes.
Looking at 13GG, is this your bed? Was this your
Yes.
bedroom?
Yes.
And was this the bed that you were in when you heard those gunshots?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to stand up for you. Okay. Can you see that picture?
Yes.
With the black curtain and the white curtain, is that the window? That
Yes.
faces Hill Street?
Yes.
And is that where the bullets came in through your bedroom?
Yes.
Showing you 15GG. Again, were those defects there before? Do you see what's on the ceiling?
Mhm.
Was that there prior to hearing these gunshots?
Yes.
No, not the fan. But do you see the marking on the inside?
Talking about at up in the ceiling?
Yes.
Yes.
That was there before?
No.
Okay. Was that because of the bullets?
Yes.
Looking at 17GG, is this kind of where you were in the bed when you were hit by gunfire?
I think I was on the side by the one. I think I was on the opposite side.
You slept on the opposite side away from the window. All right. Looking at 18GG and 19. Okay. What part of your home is this?
Let's see. Let me think, because it's been a long time.
Okay.
My living room and I think my dining room.
And again, do you see the holes that are towards the ceiling?
Yes.
Again, were those holes there prior to this incident occurring? At your house?
Yes.
Yes, the holes were there, or no, they were not?
No, they wasn't there.
Okay. And finish with, you can go to the next one. Was this your bathroom at your home?
Yes.
All right. And was this another damage that was done inside of your home?
Yes.
All right. Now, on both incidents, both the first time and the second time that your home was shot, did you speak with police?
I can't recall.
Okay. And did you ever, after both of these incidents, subsequently move out of that home? Did you move out of that home?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of Inglewood family?
No.
Okay. What about YFN?
Yes.
Okay. How, outside of your son being named YFN Lucci, how have you heard of YFN?
Outside of my son,
outside of your son,
because they've been weighing that brand for years.
And when you say they have, who are you talking
Him
about?
and his friends.
Okay. Now, with your son, are you familiar with the vehicles that he owns?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you specifically, do you know if your son owns a blue Maybach?
Yes.
All right. And have you seen that blue Maybach before?
Yes.
Have you driven that blue Maybach before?
No, I don't know how to drive.
You don't know how to drive. All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1TT. Tell me if you recognize what's in 1TT.
Yes.
How do you recognize what's in 1TT?
That's my son's car.
Right. And have you seen that specific picture before?
No.
Okay. But you know that's your son's car.
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your son's vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Do you know if your son ever drove a G-Wagon?
Yes.
And what color was your son's G-Wagon?
Red, white, and black.
And that G-Wagon, does he still have possession of that G-Wagon?
No.
And do you know when he stopped having possession of that G-Wagon?
It got damaged.
Okay. And do you know how it got damaged?
No.
All right. Do you know how long ago it got damaged?
It's been a long time.
A long time. When you say a long time, we're in 2024. What do you define as a long? We are in 2024. Yes. How long do you define?
It was before that. Yeah. Let me see. I think it was before, like, probably 2019. I can't remember.
And the Maybach, does your son still own that car?
Yes.
Court's indulgence. I'm going to show you what's admitted as 1DDD. Looking at what's been admitted as 1DDDI, is that the front of your home?
Yes.
All right. And is your home to the left where the light is at the top?
The left. Where the light on at the top of the steps.
Okay. And would that be the window to your front bedroom?
No, that's to the front hallway.
Okay. So looking at this picture, which is your bedroom window?
On the left-hand side.
To my far left?
No. The second one from where the light, but to the left.
Okay.
If you come facing this way, to the left.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 326Y. Do you see your son in this picture in 326Y?
Yes,
And what is he wearing?
a red jacket.
Okay, there's two people with red jackets.
Red jacket with the black shirt.
Okay. Court's indulgence. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense counsel have questions for this witness?
No questions.
All right, Ms. Reed, thank you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Officer Z. Atha to the stand, or Atha.
I do.
Zachary Atha, Zachary
And Officer Atha, are you currently working for APD?
I do.
How long have you been with APD?
Just over 11 years.
I want to direct your attention to January 2015. What zone did you work for APD in January 2015?
3,
And how long had you worked in zone 3?
less than a year.
I want to direct your attention specifically to January 22nd, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond at 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
The house at the location had been shot at.
And I see you looking down at something. Are you looking at your report?
I am.
Okay. If for any reason I ask you a question and you need to refresh your memory, just let me know.
Okay.
And just read it to yourself and let me know when your memory is refreshed. Okay. When you responded to that location, what did you do when you first arrived?
May I check my report?
Sure.
When I first arrived, I spoke with the victim, Miss Frida Reed.
Okay. And was she able to provide you any information when you spoke with her?
May I check my report?
Sure.
Thank you. She advised that she heard gunshots coming from the street and that multiple bullets had hit her home.
Okay. And was she able to tell you if she saw any vehicles or, excuse me, was she able to tell you if she looked out the window after hearing gunfire?
I'm not sure if it was her or the neighbor that mentioned seeing a Dodge Charger.
So if you can look back at your report to the first paragraph and see if you see if Ms. Reed specifically told you.
Withdraw that objection.
All right.
She stated that Miss Reed stated that she saw a late model black Dodge Charger.
All right. And was she able to tell you the direction of travel of that black Dodge Charger?
southbound on Hill Street.
And did she say if they were speeding, taking their time? Did she give any description?
Speeding.
And did you make any observations yourself once you looked at the home?
In regards to what?
Did you see any bullet holes?
Yes.
All right. How many?
I do not remember.
Did you notate it in your police report?
It's possible. I can check it.
Sure.
My report indicates that I observed 6 bullet holes in the front of the house.
And did you speak with any other individuals when you were out there?
I did. I spoke to one of the neighbors.
And in speaking with both Ms. Reed and the neighbor, how soon after your arrival on scene would you have spoken with the neighbor?
It would have been relatively soon after my arrival.
And when you say relatively soon, are we talking about within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of your arrival?
I'd say probably within 10 to 15 minutes.
And when you spoke with the neighbor, was she able to tell you if she heard the gunshots?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
She advised that she's heard gunshots coming from Hill Street. And what was the rest of the question?
Was she able to tell you if she saw any vehicles or, excuse me, let me strike that. Was she able to tell you what she did after she heard the gunshots?
She advised she crawled to the window and observed a black Dodge Charger being pursued up Hill Street at a high rate of speed by a silver Dodge Charger.
And when you got to the scene, did you see a silver Dodge Charger while on the scene?
Yes,
And was that silver Dodge Charger occupied by anyone?
it was.
Who were the individuals inside that silver Dodge Charger?
Would have been Mr. Kelvin Watts, Mr. Jamal Baines, and Mr. Hardiman, whose first name I do not.
In your report, does it say Mr. Jermaine Hardiman?
My report, I think my copy of it lists a typo. The name does sound familiar.
Okay. And on scene, where the other officers arrived to the scene?
Yes,
Okay. Specifically, did investigators with the gang unit arrive on the scene?
yes.
Did any of those individuals speak with either Mr. Watts, Mr. Hardiman, or Mr. Baines?
All 3 of them, yes.
Okay. And without saying what anyone said, to your knowledge, did those individuals speak with those officers and those detectives?
Yes.
Once those individuals spoke with detectives, what, if any, other actions were taken on scene?
After everyone's statements were taken, the investigators obtained a search warrant for the vehicle.
And was there a search of that vehicle?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was found inside of that vehicle?
In the trunk of the vehicle, there were 3 firearms.
Outside of finding the 3 firearms in that vehicle, were there any shell casings found?
In the vehicle, I don't remember. I could check my report, but I'm not sure if that's in there or not.
That was a bad question. Were there any shell casings found outside of the home?
Yes.
After the search of the car and finding the 3 firearms inside of the trunk of the car, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
I think I was present after they were placed in custody and transported to the mini precinct. I was present while they were being questioned.
At the precinct?
Yes.
All right. After being present while they were questioned at the precinct, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Questions to this witness? None, none. Okay, thank you for your time. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Lieutenant A. Oh, sorry. Lieutenant A.
Come on up.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear firm that the testimony you're about to give and the matter not pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Hi. I'm going to quickly just direct your attention to April 2nd, 2015. Did you have the occasion response to 490 Glen Street?
Yes.
And can you get a jury some basic landmarks of what's at 490 or near 490 Glen Street?
There is an apartment complex located nearby, actually two right there in that area.
And why did you respond to that location?
To a person shot call.
And once you arrived at that location, what did you see?
At that time, there was a man on the ground that had a gunshot wound to his head.
And were you able to identify who that individual was?
Eventually, yes.
And what was the name of that individual?
Do you mind if I refer to my report?
No, no problem, yes.
Yep. That individual's name was Tyreek Rivers.
All right. And was there anyone else present at the scene, any other males present at the scene when you arrived?
Yes, there were two other males.
And where were they when you first arrived on the scene?
They were in the vicinity, like nearby.
Did either of those males direct you to where Mr. Rivers was?
Yes, one of the males did.
And when you went to Mr. Rivers, were you able to see his injury?
Yes.
And once you saw his injury, what, if anything, did you do?
At that time, I most likely requested or ensured that Grady was en route to the location.
And did Grady arrive at the location?
Yes.
And was he transported?
Yes.
After being transported, did crime scene come out at that location?
Yes.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 1DDJ when it comes up. Were you responsible for securing the crime scene?
Yes, I most likely assisted.
And after securing the crime scene and making sure that the individual on the ground was taken to the hospital, would that have concluded your involvement in that case?
Yes.
Of course, indulge us for one moment. I'm going to show you 2DDJ, 3DDJ, and 4DDJ. Do you recognize that location?
Yes.
And is that the area 490 Glen Street?
Yes.
And would you have been the one responsible for calling a homicide investigator out to the scene?
It might have been another officer, depending on who was doing what that day.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for your time. You may go. Call your next witness. You may. Do y'all need a restroom break while they're, anybody, everybody's good? Okay. This is going to be our last witness for the day, so we're all going to deal with some matters that we have to take up outside your presence anyway. But y'all get to go home for the day a few minutes early. So just, you know, all of my usual reminders remain in effect. Y'all have a nice evening, and we'll see you at 9 in the morning.
All right, for the jury.
All right, y'all can be seated. All right, I know y'all said your next witness is going to be Investigator Griffin, and I guess we'll start with Investigator Griffin tomorrow. There are a couple of witnesses for today on the list that have not testified. Are y'all not going to call them?
I don't believe.
All right, so that would be.
I don't believe that would be Campbell, given the testimony that came in.
Okay.
I don't believe we'll be called Campbell. I don't believe we'll be called Kenny. Sorry. This is Michael. Okay. Can y'all hear me now? Yes. All right. I don't, I'm going to confirm this when I get back, but however, I do not think that we'll be calling Officer V. Campbell. I don't think we'll need to call Officer Pena, and I don't think we'll need to call Officer Lucky, but I can confirm that in the morning for the court, Your Honor.
Okay, what was that last one?
Officer J. Lucky.
Lucky. Okay, well, I was looking at this one that you gave everybody. What about Officer Moore? And it may be that's one of those people whose name has changed, but.
No, that's not an officer. That she testified, Your Honor. That was the older lady in the wheelchair.
Oh,
Janice
okay.
Moore.
All right.
That was the older lady. Well, you heard her called by her other name, Maryweather.
Okay, that was the confusion. Okay, all right. All right. So the issue with the statements by Mr. Stillwell when he was a victim, I've taken a look at the statements themselves. And I'm a little confused about the third one from November because it seems like he was talking to one of the other detectives before he switched over to talk to this detective, but we don't have that part, at least in the transcript.
He was talking to investigator, but
Okay.
it doesn't involve
All right.
the
He
Tierra
wasn't-
Jones.
It wasn't incarcerated at that point.
He
it?
was.
He was. Okay. All right.
Man, he was incarcerated.
Okay. Well, I mean, y'all certainly would need to, do you have an answer yet on the confrontation clause issue? Because that seems to be the hang.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't have an answer yet.
All right.
One of my colleagues is going to look into it, so I'm just confirming he was.
Okay, well, if Griffin is our first witness for tomorrow, then we're going to need that answer before, 9 a.m., right?
In full fairness to all parties, and I'm hoping to put a smile on Miss Hilton's face, the Discovery 13 did have a substantial amount of information about the Tierra Jones case. So those photos, the photos that Mr. Kokomo was kind enough to get at the last minute, those were from Discovery 13. So I have those, and they were in fact in Discovery. I still don't have, I've looked pretty carefully. That original letter is not in there to my eyes. So that's still outstanding. Ironically, the second letter in full candor is in there. Of course, there's no indication where that came from. I can speculate. I believe that maybe one of the defense attorneys for Bobby Hardy or the others came up with it. But I mean, it's just a notarized, undated letter.
Are you questioning whether it's your client's?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, I'm questioning the date.
Okay.
Where it
all,
came
all
from.
that also then seems problematic. And additionally, when all were reviewing our upcoming witnesses before and said, oh, we're going to have Griffin come back in, it's going to be 15 minutes because all we want to do with that witness is establish that this incident occurred. And now it seems like you want a whole lot more than that.
And you're right, it is primarily that the incident occurred and these individuals were noted as the ones who did the incident. I mean, that was the furthest that the state intended to go with it. Your Honor, we still thought that would take about 15, 20 minutes.
Here's
Didn't really say that part before.
the thing that I'm just confused about is, and I've had an opportunity to review the case file on that. There is, Investigator Griffin did a substantial amount of work on this case. He got surveillance video from the gas station where he identified people getting into certain cars that later followed the car that Tierra Jones was driving. I think the state could at least make a credible argument about, and they also have people that pled. So I don't know why they need to get into my client's statement, which the original letter, which we don't have, and in a recantation to get, if they really want to get into who did this or who they think did this, I think there's other means other than getting involved in my client's out-of-court statements.
Well, I mean, they can choose whichever way they want to. It still
Right,
needs
but
to
if they're-
be evidentially admissible. But
I'm just saying that other than, it seems like there's problems with this way of doing it, and there might be a clear way to do it that wouldn't implicate some of these problems.
okay, well, I mean, I guess I'll wait and see what they have to say about the confrontation clause issue in the morning.
Yes, Your Honor, and we would have an answer by 8:45, 8:30.
Okay. All right. What other matters do we still need to circle back on? I know one thing, I had told y'all I was going to go back and look at one of Mr. Blaylock's Instagrams where some other person on page 293, where some other person is asking, can he be real slime, basically? And Blaylock saying, yeah, you're going to be. And they both say, where are you? I'm on Cleveland. Well, I am too. And this is the only communication we have with the other person, right?
I believe so, Your Honor. I'm pulling that up to pull up I don't remember in this exact moment the handle of who he's speaking with.
Holy Shy, something or another.
That is the
Jay.
only,
Okay.
there's nothing outside of that
All right.
Instagram return.
Okay, and so what was your argument for why the other portion, his two comments was going to come, should come in?
Your Honor, may I have 20 seconds to pull
Sure.
up this? And Your Honor, what is the Instagram page number?
293.
293. Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, so Your Honor, with this thread, when this Instagram handle, the truth of the matter asserted so this is where I was using the example of he uses referencing to somebody who stole a Mustang to orient Blaylock to who he's talking about. I don't know who he is referring to, but and kind of is why the state's argument about these is the truth of the matter asserted, whether he's talking about Joe or Bob is irrelevant, but he's saying that they're trying to put me in slime, but I got to get put in by you. And it's Blaylock. And then Blaylock responds, mentioning having to give that person money. And then the guy follows up, the Instagram handle follows up in terms of I'm getting in the fire right. I don't want someone to come up and say I'm not like a real slime. And then Blaylock responds, you are going to be real on slime. And so whether, this other party's comments, it's for Blaylock giving assurances to this prospective member from just the content of the Instagram, what this other Instagram handle is stating, the state's not intending to introduce his comments for the truth in terms of it's Blaylock saying in furtherance of the conspiracy that he is going to be official. And more so, and what I mean by that is when the statement, the young expletive who stole the Mustang from CEP, states, whether whoever he's referring to, whether they stole a Mustang or not, is never going to come in or is not dispositive to that statement. It's to orient Blaylock. The next statement he says, that gentleman who stole the Mustang is trying to put me in slime, but I got to get put in by you, to Blaylock. Whether that other gentleman actually said that or not, that is needed for the context of Blaylock's response, where he says, you're going to have to give money. Then he follows up and says, basically, am I going to be official or not? And Blaylock assures him, you are going to be real on slime. You are. And then they discuss where they currently are to meet up. And so the state's position is that the comments from the other party are not for the truth of what he's saying, whether the gentleman who stole the Mustang is the one telling him that, et cetera. It's Blaylock solidifying this prospective member from the contents of this thread, which furthers the gang because the gang has to have an influx of new members. And so that's the state's position why Blaylock's comments are 801 D2E and the other party's Instagram handle, by my reading, and I was going line by line because that's kind of necessary in terms of it's needed for the context of Blaylock's responses. That's the state's position on that specific thread, Your Honor.
All right, and so you're saying none of the other person's statements are being offered for their truth?
That yes, Your Honor, because by this content, this other party's, I'm not arguing their 801D2E because this person's not part of the conspiracy yet by the state's reading of this. And so the statements of the young blank who stole the Mustang from CEP, I don't even know who he's referring to. So that whether that person actually stole a Mustang or is the person talking about the truth of that matter, of that statement, not by the state's including that specific line because it orients Blaylock. They're talking about a specific person they both know. And then the next line, he says that gentleman is trying to put him in slime, but said, I have to get put in by you. And so you need to have that statement to know why Blaylock's mentioned about giving him money. And then further on, and to the court's question, I mean, the state will also be fine with on page 293. I mean, this thread starts a little earlier on 292. If you just started on 293 and Blaylock mentions exchange of money, and then this other Instagram says basically is this going to be official? He doesn't want anyone to come up to him to talk about he's not going to be a real slime. And Blaylock assures him, you are going to be real on slime. And again, the reason that matters in terms of the furtherance of the gang is because right before then, he's saying basically, I have to get put on by you. And Blaylock's saying, well, if you do get put on by me, you're going to be official, is what he's asserting in this private DM thread between these two. And then they just mentioned meeting up on Cleveland, which is just the end of the conversation. There's nothing uniquely significant about that last portion. And so that was the state's position with this thread in Blaylock's Instagram, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else on that from the defense?
I would oppose the position of Mr. Atkins because, Your Honor, the way he just read it, I believe that is the truth. So I go further, but I think that he's saying that these out-of-court statements by an unknown party, he wants to say, well, they're not for the truth, but they are specifically for the truth.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time figuring out how saying something like, I don't want anybody beefing about me not being real slime is anything but offered for the truth of that, and here's where I'm reaching out to you because I've been told you need to put me in. So I think that I'm going to exclude this one.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I know there were some loose ends we still needed to tie up on some other things. What were they? Nobody know? All right, how about the most recent motion in limine filed by Mr. Steele today? Have y'all had a chance to see that at all? It was filed yesterday, late, I guess. It was about mention of Rich Homie one. And I know we've been in court all day, so if you haven't had a chance to look at it, we'll take it another time.
Before we end with all matters, if you can just approach briefly around about a witness for tomorrow.
Okay. All right, if y'all want to approach.
Objection unless we know why. I mean, we couldn't hear.
You might not have been able to hear why.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, listen. She'll
Mr. Sharp for clearing up that he was getting some of these.
I can't even hear you. I'm sure they can't hear you.
I do want to thank Mr. Sharp for bringing to the court's attention that he did receive some of that discovery previously.
Okay. All right. There was that video from Trooper Campbell that everybody was having difficulty playing. Have y'all been able to find the original of that?
Yes, we forwarded a copy via Dropbox to Mr. Sharp. I'm not sure if he was able to play it, but we did have a copy. So if he lets me know. Yes.
Okay. All right. So you'll look at that and then figure out whether you have an issue. And if you do, then I'll need a copy that I can open as well. But if you don't have an issue, then that'll be fine. Okay. All right. So we've got motions in limine 64, 65, and 66 now to add. That can y'all throw in the response to that by Friday as well? All right, I appreciate that. And how long do you think we're going to need to sort out tomorrow morning's Griffin issues?
I would definitely think about 30 minutes. Sharon.
30 minutes. All right. So I guess that means we'll see each other at 8:30 in the morning. So we'll see each other at 8:30 in the morning. Ms. Ross, on an unrelated matter.